Hi, I'm Care Hart, and I am currently battling a kidney stone. And for any of you who have ever battled that, it's a challenge. So because this one is live, and I'm probably going to come back, download it, and cut out all these things, I do have this here in case I need to run back and forth. So you guys who've had a kidney stone know what I'm talking about. But I'm trying to keep moving because I hear it's supposed to help it keep moving. And if I'm going to craft and be productive to get through it emotionally, then I might as well make it be productive for you guys, because I've had some questions on this in the past. And I'm going to tell you what it is right now. First off, many of you guys have seen altered books, and several of you have asked me, well, how do I know how many pages to take out? And several of you have asked me, well, I've seen some of them look beautiful when people are making glue books, but how did they start them? And yes, there's lots and lots of videos on this, but this version of it is going to be the bare basics for someone who doesn't have a lot of craft supplies, because this month is media month. We actually flipped 2 months because I'm not feeling well. And so this month is media month, which means the artists will get a book and some other stuff in the package that is all considered media mail with USPS, which will make this month actually very inexpensive on shipping. So with media month, what we send usually, and I hope I have enough magazines for this, what we send usually is a book, a magazine, and other media type items if we can find them, and multiples if we can fit them in the bag. And normally our packages when we mail out to the artists are 13 by 10. And so the 13 by 10 bag may not be enough if we have like tutorial books in there, or, you know, like I do have 3 of these to send out, which is really big, and it won't fit it in the normal package. So I know that's too much info for those of you who came to just see this, but I'm just letting you know that it'll be a bigger package that will fold down to be nice and tight to protect your books for media month. But hopefully all of the artists that receive the books have a pair of scissors, which you could do the whole task with a pair of scissors and glue, or you can do the whole task with a ruler and glue to prep your book. And that's what we're going to work with today. It's going to be kind of boring. Hi there, T. It's going to be kind of boring, I think, but that's because you're going to see the long, unedited version of this video, which again might have me coming back and forth with the kidney stone problem. I'm going to tell you 2 things at the beginning of this video when you're looking at your book. Now let's just get to business. So and yes, I have all these other things on my table, because when you're done, or if you have these craft supplies, have them nearby you, because when you're done, you're going to want your pretty papers. Maybe it's a glue book and you want magazines with pretty images, which is what these 2 magazines are for. And once you get doing collages, you are going to love them. Which is why most months we include glue sticks, because I think glue sticks are the cleanest when you're doing collage. So that's just scrapbook paper. Scrapbook paper will be coming to you in July, and lots of it. So thank you, the Biddleston, which I call Kukuro. She is making me laugh because she saw me run out of glue sticks and she mailed me glue sticks. So thank you. That was very sweet of you. I love working, and so when you're doing your glue book and you're done with your glue book, you may want to cover some of I love book pages personally as my background, but when I want to journal or draw, I love graph paper and white paper as well. So you may want to have some of that. And the reason I have it nearby is because in order to determine how many pages you're going to rip out, in which, by the way, many of you are probably going to watch it just to the how many pages do I rip out section. And I'm going to tell you right now. So first off, this book, there's 2 kinds. You have the kind where they look like they stitched it, like right here, it looks like they stitched it, but no, this book is glued. And it's hip to be glued. It's all good. Most of the books that you find when you get them cheap, which my husband reads a lot, so I always have a boatload of books. I chose a big chubby one with a really pretty start and back, but what I really chose it for is because this is a library book, and I'm going to show you what I do with the library book too. Now, I have this old, and it's going to be hard for me to tear this book apart, but it is bent. It's a Moby Dick book with an excellent inside cover as well. And this one is going to also be an altered book, but I'm going to do something different with this one later. The reason I have it brought out is because when you put it like this, you can see it's a stitched book. So when it's stitched in, you take these apart differently if you want to. And I can show you, this is a signature. You can see how these actually tear out. And so when you have a stitched book, which I got lucky, and I'm going to show you something really quick, and I have my tweezers handy so I can show you. The one I'm going to be working on today is not stitched, it's glued. But if you're working on one of these, you can do the same tactic. They are a little bit harder to find, usually in the older books, or if you're working in a composition notebook, those are stitched too, but only one, I think, one stitch is in the whole thing. But this has multiple signatures. And so you lift up, if you can, if you have tweezers, it's nice to get underneath it and snip them. If you don't, you can use your Xacto knife or whatever safe tool you feel comfortable with tearing out some of these signatures. And so that's how you take the pages out of these books. So now you've seen the difference between the ripped and the glued. Today, the reason I want to do this as a glue book with you is because I want to show you how many, very specifically, how many pages to take out. And I have to tell you, I'm not going to give you the math on it, because what matters when you take them out is how many layers you think you're going to be putting into it. So like if you build very chunky, and I'm going to use one person's example. If you build very chunky embellishments, and this was a gift from Gail to me, then you have to make sure that you take enough pages out to offset your chunky style, okay? So you are actually going to be taking a whole lot more pages out than I am, because my personal style is pretty flat, okay? So when you see this and you see your chunky style, like this one would probably require, let me see how many pages this is. Oh my gosh, let's assume this is not in there, right? So you get what I'm saying, right? You take some of your artwork that you've created, or maybe you've never created artwork, and you take some of them out, and then you go, okay, that's about how many pages one item of mine is. So now I know that I'm really going to make this book super skinny and glue tons of, and take tons of pages out. So you'll be there for a while chopping your pages out. And now I do leave the structure of the book. You're not going to be tearing the whole thing apart like in some of the crafts that we've made, or like when we do Midori's. And so in this case, and you'd be gluing lots of papers together to make sure that it stays nice and sturdy to cover your other stuff. But if you're like me and you keep it skinny, I think about how many layers do I normally use, okay? So how many layers do I normally use? Let me just tell you. Normally, I will, let's say this is my collage page that I'm going to work on. I'll probably have a background and 2 or 3 layers on top. Well, there you go. That's 3 or 4 pages. So for every 1 page I'm going to create on, I'm going to take 4 pages out, or else I end up with alligator mouth. But let's say I want to do a spread, right? That means for every spread I work on, these are going to touch each other. So there's 8 pages right here for these 2 that I have to take out. And that's my style. I tend to layer up 3 or 4 things. So that means, and I tend to do a spread. So that means for every 2 pages I want to work on, I'm going to take out 8 pages. Then I also don't like to turn a single page. I don't like the way that feels when I work on a book. So I'm also going to glue 3 pages together. So what does that look like? It looks like, first, you know I'm going to keep this page. So I choose the pages I want to keep, and I flip through my book. I don't really care about this page. Also by Leela Meacham. Yeah, I don't care about that page at all. So this is an excellent example of one of the 8 pages I'll be taking out. I do usually like the cover. I do like that that says irreplaceable friend. So I'll probably paint all the way around this one day. So this will be a painty page. So I might actually lose both these and just stick with that page. So I also think about what pages do I want to see? And this is sturdy enough to be a page all by itself. So yeah, I want to see that page. And I could cover this up. So yeah, just to keep it thick, I'll probably glue all these pages together. Keep that. Oh, I love this. Coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. And then this project is made possible by a grant. What's this? I don't want stickers in my book. Oh, it tore the page. Okay, well, that's fine. That page is going to come out for sure now. So you can tear them out. But if you tear them out and you have a book like this, you're going to see that it falls apart. Because when you tear on one side, the other side that's folded in, and I don't want to tear this yet, but the other side that's folded in will just fall out. Okay. These ones you can tear, but I would much rather take my ruler, which is why I say the ruler is the #1 thing, and rip the page. And the reason I do that is because when I take the ruler and I rip the page, then I can glue the 2 pages together and create a sturdier set, and I don't have to see the rip. Okay. And now the first thing I'm going to do is do a little tick or tag on all the pages I want to keep. Now you can do this with scrap paper. I just happen to have this nearby. Some books you could do with washi, like if it has that waxy coating, but the old books you probably don't want to do it with washi. Oh, another thing to keep in mind, if you like working with buttons, then you're going to have to rip extra pages out, not just 8 pages per spread. Okay. If you work with fabric, then you assume that's going to be 1 page that you're ripping out for, you know, your layer of fabric, unless your fabric's thick, and assume that's 2 or 3 pages. Cardstock, if you're working with a really thin book, rip out 2 pages for it. But for me, I just leave it with 1 page, unless you work with lots of layers of cardstock. Now, let's say you're working with fabric, but you want it folded, or paper, and you want it folded like this. Well, you can see that that's a layer of 3. So you're really going to have to anticipate yourself on how many layers and what you usually craft with. Now, if you're one of those folks that crafts with metal, this is my little baggie of metal. If you're one of the folks that crafts with metal, rip out a bunch of pages. I mean, for my 8, you should be ripping out 16 or 20 pages per spread. Yep, per spread. How many pages are in this book? Oh my gosh, this is quite a book. You'll be here for a while with me today. 866 pages in this spread. So there's a lot to pull out. And I'm going to flip through it and see if there's any images I want in here. No. Well, I do like that word Nathan right there, but I don't know a Nathan. I just like that it's a big blank page. Oh, there's another one there. Okay, so let's find those. Let's find the pages I definitely want to keep. I do like the irreplaceable friend, so I'm definitely keeping that one. I do love this, so I'm going to have 2 pages next to each other that I keep, so they're going to have to stay skinny. That's no big deal. It's my book. I get to choose. And so flip through your book real quick, which is the next thing I do. Ooh, I do like the part 1 also, so I might just glue those pages together. Okay, well, I'm going to have some skinny pages up front, and I'm not going to stress about it because I do like this. Because imagine this, right? So you're saying, well, what if I don't know a Nathan? It doesn't matter if you don't know a Nathan, because you can easily, immediately cover that up with something else, and you have this big white canvas background with a hint of book page behind it. So you know I'll be gluing one whole book page behind it where you can see the hint of the story. And so those will be glued. And I'll decide as I create it. All right, what are the other pages I want? Flipping through. You guys are going to see me do lots of counting. Hey there, Carrie. Oh, I don't even know if I have my volume on. Oh, I do now. In the background, Jean Peter is there with me. Oh, there's another page we want to keep. Not because I know a Samantha, but because I like the big white page.
I'm video bombing you.
You're video bombing me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm not like my chipper normal self. Just like all of you, I craft when I don't feel well. But when passing this kidney stone, it makes the migraine a whole lot worse. So is it hard to hear me today? Oh, there's another Nathan.
I hear you're fine, and I'm clogged, so hey, that's good.
Oh, that is good. Okay, I have to say, isn't that kind of weird that I came across this phrase as I go through, and it says, that way things will get off on the right foot with no embarrassment for anybody, especially for you if there should be, well, some awkwardness. I actually like that little quote. I don't know how I saw it so quickly. I may come back to this and go, why did I save this page? And you don't have to be precise. If you're counting to 8 and you start thinking about something else and you're like, oh crap, did I count to 7 or 10? Who cares? It's your book. You know, if you think you're going to layer 5 layers of things on your average collage, if you've never collaged before, just go with what you want to do. You know, because you may find that you don't layer up much. You can always rip out more pages if you feel like your book is getting alligator mouth, but not if you've glued them together. And yes, I really do go through my books like this. So you're going to see this full, live, raw, boring version of how I craft from start to finish. I don't think I've ever done one of my books live without doing a fully edited. Oh, there's another one. Whew, water time. If you ever pass a kidney stone, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of water. Oh, what's that say? Where's my glasses? There. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, and all the king's horses and all the... See, I like that. It's right in the middle, too. I think it's the italicized print that caught my eye. That makes sense. So I'm going to keep that page. And let's say you have a book where you want to, there's so many pages where you want to keep. Don't worry about it. Because if you have more pages that you want to keep, but yet by not tearing them out, what ends up, let's say you have lots of pages like this, right? Well, that's okay. When you tear them out, you can re-put different images that you've cut out and collage them back into your book. You see, I like this one too. I must go down to the seas again, to the lonely sea and sky, and all I ask is a tall ship and a star. to steer her by. That's sweet. Oh, part 2 definitely gets its own page. So on the pages I plan to collage on, I'll try to glue a page or 2 behind it before I rip out my 8 pages. And so let's hope we made room for all that in our choices so far. Hey, you always imagine the worst? Well, that would be a good one to cover up. Because sometimes, and as Jean knows, in the background of Defy, I plan for Plan B, Plan C, and Plan D. We even have a plan for if I get hit by a bus, guys.
Stay away from the bus depot.
Oh my gosh, look how funny this is. We're as dull together as a pair of old boots. See, that's a sentence that just draws me in.
How do you find those?
What do you mean?
Those sentences when you're skipping pages like that.
I'm a scanner.
Evidently.
It'd be really boring if I wasn't, though.
True.
Okay, so look at this. You're my friend. Nothing more and nothing less. What exactly does that mean? I don't know how I feel about that. I might keep that one just because it's funny. I mean, it might even create its own collage style. And just so you guys know, why do I like the sentences? I like the sentences because it starts me on a collage. I don't really do glue booking per se, whereas I think for my personal, what helps me get through the pain is I have to consciously think about what I'm doing. I can't, I don't want to call it mindless. I can't mindfully do things where, you know how some people just do it without overthinking and they just place it down and it can go anywhere and they feel free by doing that. When I do that, it doesn't help my pain go away. It's not that the pain goes away, I just don't think about it as much. No, hold on. Yeah, I don't like that one. So that's why I like to have a concept, because then my brain starts noodling around the concept of what I'm doing. So if I have a starting point and I keep going with that starting point, then, oh, that is sad. Oh, I won't even save that. That page gets torn out right now. I don't even want it in the book. You know, you ever see the evil words and you just don't like the evil words and you're just done? It's got to go. All right, still flipping, guys. I didn't even tear it out the right way. It just had to go. What's this? I'll tell you how the sun rose a ribbon at the time. The steeples swam in amethyst. The news like squirrels ran. Huh? That's a little too poetic for me. It went over my head. That last sentence back there was saying, you look like so-and-so, you know, it's something about the color of your hair. And have any of you ever been, ooh, that's so exciting, Laura. Laura's going to go to Philly. Ooh, and you get to meet Christy too. I'm so jelly.
Me too.
I don't even know what I was talking about, you guys. Oh, wait, I saw the word britches. Where did I see the word britches? Oh, there it is. Mr. High and Mighty Big Britches. You know that page is staying. Man, I had a big segment between liking pages. Look at that big old chunk. Holy smacks. If you have a book where you don't feel like there's anything you want to save, then just do it mathematically. Have your comfortable space. If you want to watch someone collage beautifully, the Jersey Crafter is amazing at that. Oh, do I have two that are right next to each other again? I do. So this is the journey of creating the altered book that helps you prepare it for a non-alligator mouth collage book. Yeah, there were lots of good words on that page, but one of the other things I like to do is sometimes I won't collage at all. I'll just bring a black Sharpie. And yeah, I know that's crazy, but I'll just bring a black Sharpie and go around the words I really like and try to make either the words just pop out or a full-on sentence out of the words and then doodle around that. Where it's like an individual word here and there. But you will find much better crafters and creators and collagers than I am. I just like the process. I don't care about the end result. Wow, I really like this. I feel thee nigh, I know thy breath in the burning sky, and I wait with a thrill in every vein for the coming of the hurricane. You could be talking about a person, not necessarily a real hurricane in that one, but that is a good one. That will definitely make you want to collage a particular thing when you see that quote. You just leave that quote on there. Or cover it up, whatever you feel like on the day you decide to do that page. Don't you think I'm going to do this from beginning to end with every collaged page, because making a single card takes me 2 hours. Y'all don't want to see that. You know what? This says, damn it. You know I'm going to put that in there. It's going to be all about the damn club. Uh-oh, I'm out of those little stickies. Do you want to know what this little Post-it note's for? It's to remind me to say publicly, thank you, Angie DeStefano, for all you do. Rebecca and me for your support in the last auction. That's what that's Post-it notes for. I feel like I want to save a chapter number. What chapter number do we want to save? Because I do like to choose a number somewhere. Maybe we go into our big blank section and find a chapter in there that we save. What chapter is that? Oh, there we go. 46? Nah. Let's save chapter 50 if that's not too close. Chapter 50. There we go. See? That's not too bad in the big of the blank section. There. That's your big idea there. And if you don't have Post-it notes, y'all, just rip strips of paper. I just don't feel like hearing the sound of ripping paper right now. Which did not mean mute, Jean Peter. That's not what I meant. Still looking. For those of you with very graphic books, this will be darn fun for you. Oh, well, I wonder what the triple S was, but they saved the triple S. I'm spoiling your book, y'all. You're going to read the whole book by the time we're done. I just read the sentence, I'm pregnant. Okay, I'm not. Don't worry. Not happening. Oh, exciting. Have fun. Enjoy going to your daughter's. So Jersey is going down to Philly to the gallery. Oh, that's a this is a terrible book. How did he get through this thing? Person gave away a child. There again. It's like the third time in this book they're talking about the color of hair. So Jersey is going down to Philadelphia to go to the gallery. And Christy is already there. Donna Betts, which some of you may know, is also in the gallery. How cool is that? She's in the online version. I don't have the link right now to put the ticket link in there. But if you're a artist, I'm going to send an email out later today, which gives you access to view the gallery. Okay, I just like this phrase, never, never, never. Because sometimes I say that. Never, never, never. And you guys, even though I'm almost to the end of the book and sitting here, I'll be right back. Jane, can you fill in for 2 seconds?
Hello, everyone. I'm working on a book I had already started. I have, it was going to be my tag book, but I did it just to show in the class how you could do it. And I decided it's going to just be a book. Altered book, a journal. It's got short pages, which I might tip something else onto. I don't know. I'm just cutting out pages. And when I got a bunch of bulk like this on pages I've cut out and I don't like it, I just masking tape over it. Kind of helps cover it up. Hi, Olga. Jersey, we are looking forward to seeing all the pictures you share. So we can all be jealous.
What are we jealous of?
I told Jersey we're looking forward to all the pictures that they're going to share.
Me too. It's so exciting.
The gallery in itself is amazing, but getting to meet a good friend, that's even better.
I totally agree with you. I think I would prioritize that. Oh my gosh, can you imagine meeting Laura and Christy in person? Oh my gosh. So much clutter. The online version is just exquisite. It's absolutely exquisite.
The in-gallery is good too, but the online is good. I didn't get through it all because I was having to stop and read details.
Well, when you go on the gallery and you click on the little info button, you get to learn about each person. It was magnificent. I mean, yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I read a lot. Oh, and then it says, I know that, and then it keeps talking, but then it says, I love you, and then it says, I know that. So ignoring the rest of the area, which I don't really like the story on the left side. Because it says, I'd never do anything intentionally to hurt you. But I do like the, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, right, Jersey, there was a lot of art that I thought I looked like me that I would like to have or do.
There was some art in there that it was everything in my power not to just go, okay, how much is it to ship that?
There was one of the body pictures that was, oh my God, I just wanted that so bad.
Well, there's I think it's a 10 by 20 lady laying with her arched back.
That's the one.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Oh my
I love
gosh,
it.
you love that one. And then there's another one where there's something about the way the lady's looking at you and it has like a yellow to it.
Is it,
Oh my gosh. And I think they're both by the same artist too. The one Donna did is the one that I feel like I want to put a quote of, you can't see the forest through the trees, because there's so many trees there and it's a bit serene and so sweet. And I think the prices on those things were affordable.
yeah, I thought they were.
Yeah, and just, oh, look, that's cute. I can't say anything, but that's cute. Okay, so we're at the end. We made it through, you guys. You guys suffered. Look at that. We have a lot we liked in there. That's
Hello,
good
Benjamin.
stuff. Hey there, Benjamin. Okay, so now you guys are saying, what in the world are you doing to me? We're not ripping through the book. We haven't done anything yet. All you did was pick your pages. Well, to me, that's doing something. And I'm not going to take my cover off yet because I'm known to destroy things. So I'm going to leave it for right now.
Be
Okay.
safe in your travels, Jersey.
Be
And
safe.
enjoy yourself and give Christy a big hug from all of us.
Definitely. And say hi to Romeo for us. Okay. Use your scissors. If you have a library book, they usually use tape or something down at the bottom here. So you're going to have to be delicate because sometimes the tape loves to rip the book. So take your time. So in this case, my tape is here as well on the top. And so I'm just going after the cover. We can mess with the cover after I take it off. There we go. Oh, I like the cover. That's not half bad. I don't know that I like the word Titans, but now I'm going to try to just peel this off. And yep, this is what it's like real-time crafting with me. You only get the info when, oh, I did rip the C. Why do people not use blue? Oh, because masking tape is cheaper and the library doesn't care about damaging the book by the time they're done with it. They assume they're done with it because the book is damaged, huh? All right, all right. Oh, it ripped to that side too. But guess what? We're going to have to collage it anyway. So it's fine.
I'm going to guess that somebody had that book after the library was done and did that to it. Because my sister restored books at the library and masking tape was a no-no.
Masking tape is definitely, I mean, look at this right here. They put the RFID chip right here so they can track where the book is, y'all. So you know that they know not where it is. It's not going to say I'm at your home. It's not GPS. But they know it didn't leave the library. It's the thing that makes the alarm go off, which is ripping the whole page right here, which is a good spot for us to say something about ourselves because look, it ripped it nice right there. And there's a date right here. Let's see. I don't have my normal eraser, but I do have a pencil on my table. So let's see if it's pencil. No, it's not pencil. So we're going to have to put something right there too. No worries. No stresses. All right. I do love weird things like this, so I'm probably going to save the RFID chip. Oh, you guys. All right, let's take the sticker off the front and back. Okay, another thing, you guys. If you can handle the sound of a hairdryer, or you want to put a piece of cotton, and then like a piece of, let's say my left hand is the cotton, and then you take your iron over this, then you can actually likely remove it without damage because it'll make the sticky again and peel up without damage. I'm not doing that. So I'm just pulling it off. So there is a safer way to take it off without the damage if you really want to. I have a garbage box next to me somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. For when I take all my pages out. Oh, there we go. All right. This one is just perfect on the cover. I don't even think I'll change a thing on the cover. Isn't that pretty? All right, I need my box for the garbage. All right. First things first. I'm going to glue these together because I want my first page sturdy. I've never used a Nuhu. Have you ever used a Nuhu, Jean Peter?
Yeah, a lot of people love it. I'm not a big fan, and I like what I like, and you know, the older I get, the less I like change. So,
and you guys, I am just going on the edge and then a squiggle, and it'll lay down just fine. You're going to go through a lot of glue. You have no idea. All right, I could have saved this, but I don't want to. So I'm going to do the same. If you're worried about gluing it to where the pages don't flip up on you, then rub it both ways. Another nice thing to have nearby, which I should have brought on here, was a credit card, but I do happen to have my bone folder on the table. Jean Peter, do you have a card or something stick handy to show them what I'm talking about in the credit card?
yep.
Okay, we want this. We want that. I don't want this because I don't want to see that. So I'm going to carefully tear this one out, but I can only do that because it's not stitched in. Remember, check to see if it's stitched or glued, because I don't want to see that behind my art. And for the pages you're tearing out, unless you hate the page like this one, for the pages you're tearing out, I have a link on quick and easy things to do with book pages, but oh my gosh, there's so much to do with book pages. Just way, way too many things to do with book pages. Okay, so we're going to glue. My plan will be behind every page I can, like I can't on this page. But behind every page I can, I'm gluing 3 pages. Now this one says prologue right behind a good page. Can I see that, or does it annoy me? No, it doesn't annoy me, so it's fine. So I'll glue this, because sometimes you can see through the page. Jean, you're good to go whenever you're ready. Just talk through me, because I'm not doing a good job today.
Well, I had ran out of glue sticks, so I had to get some, and I'm glad I muted because I leaned over on my little folding table, and it collapsed. It's not broken, it's just how it's made.
Oh gosh, that's scary.
It's quite a sound.
Well, I would have thought you fell or something and freaked out a little bit.
Yeah, you would have. It sounded just like that.
Oh my gosh.
Luckily, there was only one plastic box on it.
All right, go big. I got you.
Okay, all I did was put my glue on there, and then I'll use my credit card like this, and this is my expired insurance card. It's not as sturdy as a hotel key card or a credit card, but it does the job.
Oh, you know what I have? I have.
I'll come over and do the other side too.
It's much better than even using a bone folder, I think.
Bigger surface.
Yeah. Oops, I went to go both. So I have a coaster, and I can do it with a coaster too.
I'll tell you, I don't know how this book was made, but it's got the funkiest. When I'm pulling out pages and making short pages, it's so chunky through the spine. I don't know what I've done that, but I bet you I cover it up and it looks just fine.
A trick I like to do is I like to glue a bunch of pages in the front, and then I flip to the back, and then I'll glue then I'll start from the back, like, you know, the people who read from right to left, and then I'll go back to the front again, because otherwise I end up with a book that has a spine that curls around on me.
Yeah, I usually do that, and I did start in the middle and went to the front. I probably need to come back here. I'm not being picky about the pages because I'm not. I'm just not. I don't care. That's not what I wanted. I mean, when I put words in, I put words in that I just don't, I just think of or whatever, you know?
And I'm having a hard time counting to 3 today, so I'm wondering if I'm even going to do a good job of counting to 8 when I'm ripping them out.
A little tip I have is when you get to, I just emptied 2 glue sticks. So this one's brand new. But
Yeah.
when you get down to the bottom, there's still enough glue left in there to glue 2 pages together, maybe 2 sets of pages together. So I get something, this little plastic spatula thing, and I scoop it out, and then I use the credit card to spread it around.
Yep.
So that way it gets to, you get all the glue you can.
I have a broken pen for that same purpose. I'm sure that's probably how I broke it. All right. This is a good chunk right here, too. That's too many pages that I would take out. So I've got to think to myself, what am I going to do when I get here? I'll just figure it out then. Because part of what I don't want to see when I take out my 8 pages is I don't necessarily want to see that level of whatever you call it, where the sticky stick things stick out. Because I am going to be ripping my pages today because it's faster. Even though, yeah, so let's just do that. What number should I get to before I flip to the back? Let's just go to this one before I flip to the back. Those 2 are near each other. Give myself a little reminder. We're going to flip right here. As you guys know, I'm going to forget. Right about there. All right. I've glued my 3. We're going to rip. How many have we done? I'm not going to worry about those. Let's just rip our 8 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is really going to bug your head. Make sure you put me on mute. Okay. Then what do? I glue it down. And take this to this side. The first time I saw someone do this strategy where they left a piece of the paper in was Crafting Mamas. I'm sure other people have done it before, but these books have been made like this forever.
Yeah, a lot of mine are like that. In fact, these 2 I just did, there's pages torn out in there.
Yeah. Okay, so now that's going to feel like a nice thick thing, and you can see that little section there, and you're thinking, oh, but I can see that. Don't worry, because having a thickness in the middle, you will appreciate later, because most often people collage in the middle and on the right. And so then what you end up having is it has more balance on the weight of your book. That's what you get when you put up with a math person, is it not?
Well, having that in there also makes the spine stay structured.
Yep.
And that's what I did wrong in here. I pulled way too deep on some of them.
Oh, this is why I like these rulers. You can do it with a plastic ruler too. It's just this is what I happen to have. I have a few of these. I guess I'm going to do this page. make sure there's nothing that's gonna. Ooh, look at that. It says blinding in clarity. How good is that phrase? Oh my gosh, I love that.
I just come up with an invention I need.
What do you need?
Okay, so they can make plastic so strong nowadays, right?
Right.
So they should take and make a cutting mat where one side is really thin so you can get it in there just as far as you can and cut. Just for altered book people.
You know what I think they should do is make it come to instead of being the whole side being thin, because you don't know how wide your book's going to be, right?
Uh-huh.
But almost not a knife point, but where it carves in like a knife does. You know how a knife starts normal and then it carves in? Not quite as sharp as a knife, but wouldn't it be great if they had the cutting mats where it came to a small point on the last inch that you don't use anyway? Because on most cutting mats they have that section you don't use.
Yeah. I like my Xacto knife, and so I think it would be just nice to be able to get in there with it. Not that tearing is hard, it's just I like my Xacto.
You know what we should do is we should offer to some company a disabled crafters or differently abled crafters think tank for them. Because a lot of crafters have challenges they work through. A lot of crafters have arthritis. And a lot of people who design the items don't have any challenges. And then the people who design the items may not even be using them for the purposes that they get used for.
I totally agree. My biggest pet peeve when I was doing the jewelry was people make the pieces and then somebody who knows nothing about it writes the directions.
That's funny. I agree with you. I squiggled that one so hard I did a little tear on the page, but I'm not going to stress about it. All right.
I really like the paper in this book. It's very sturdy.
That is nice. I actually don't mind working with each kind because, the thin papers and the thick papers, I don't mind that. I tried to put. Oh, go ahead.
They all have different uses.
They do. Oh, look at how perfectly that worked out. Didn't even do that on purpose. Okay. So on this spread, I like that. I do. So this will be the first one glued. So what is my pattern? My pattern is glue 3 behind it. And then rip out 8. Did I glue 3? Well, it feels thick enough. I can't even count to 3. Oh my word. Oh, this is why I'm not doing any books or anything important today. Not even sure if it's safe for me to send emails.
I got some emails to take care of today. Heck, I'm still in my nightgown.
Oh,
We
man.
both slept in today.
Well, that is
shot,
awesome.
that second shot's kind of been rough on both of us.
Mine took me down. But I was dealing with this on the same day at the same time, so I'm not sure what was shot and what was this.
The mailman must be saving me, or they must be protecting me from the mailman today.
Your dog sounds sweet when they bark. My dog, people are like, oh my gosh, that's a beast. I'm afraid.
When your ears are clogged, it's pretty tough on them to listen to those puppies scream. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me, is that they're screaming.
Yeah. Look at how perfect this worked out again. Now it's the beginning of a chapter and a big white space right there. How nice is that? So, I'm going to do the back side.
I planned it that way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I planned it that way. Okay. I'm going to do this from the back side because I care about the back side of this page, and there's a lot of space left. So, one. See, if I count first and hold it here, then I won't have to count. This is what you guys have running Defy. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm really the brain of the group. I'm just the spare brain of the group.
Well, I can normally be more comfortable with numbers than words, but right now I don't have either. All right, so we know we have our 3 glued here and our 3 glued there. So we're going to rip it out. One, two, 3, 4. So for those of you who are making a journal and you're stitching the pages in, and your question is, how many pages do I put back in there to create with? It's not the same math, because you'll notice that, let's say I just folded these 8 pages, right? Assuming I counted right. And I fold them like this. Well, it's going to end up being thicker than 16 pages. And the reason for that is because you have a little bit of a bubble here, and these branch out just a little bit and flare because it hasn't been under a book press. And so you're probably going to want to take even more pages out than that. Now, you also have to take into consideration, am I using book pages, which sometimes are thin or thicker book pages, or cardstock and all of that, and selecting how many pages to put in there. I recommend doing a bunch of Midori journal style instead of pamphlet stitch when you first start. And the reason I recommend Midori style is because then you start to get used to how many pages you use in the signatures. I do have a video somewhere about doing the Midori stitch. 3 stitches, 4 stitches, where it just goes around. It's one of the easiest ones to, poke and do. But if you insist and you want to do the pamphlet stitch, then you ask yourself the same questions on, am I going to be crafting with metal? Am I going to make really thick objects? Because you put this baby in there, and that is going to take up a whole bunch of pages, right? And I know, Gail, you didn't make this to be in the book, but it's a great example of people crafting with different thicknesses. And so if you find that you think you're going to put a lot of embellishments and layers and clusters and maybe even, and tell me you don't love this, Jean Peter, button jars. But anyway, and maybe even buttons. Well, take a look at your button and ask yourself, if this is just one of the many layers, how many pages does that take up? Well, you want to reduce that in your booklet. And so I can't necessarily give you a perfect answer on how many signatures you would use, but what I can tell you, well, I gotta do this better right here. By doing 8 pages, it definitely makes it not want to lay flat, just so everybody knows. When you get there and you're doing it and you're like, oh, it doesn't want to lay flat. You guys do not stress about it. See, it wanted to separate. So hold your britches. I'm going to glue this one again. And when I fold mine, I do allow that little crease. That's why I fold it both ways. Do you do that, Jean Peter, when you're cutting yours and you're folding yours? You guys will see that there's some creases, but that will be some of my intentional collage. That's why I like to glue it first. You can see that this was a bad one. I didn't do a good job of gluing. I was talking and thinking instead of gluing. So there's a lot of open space right here. When I come back and I see that I've done work like that, I'll either come back and glue it with a paintbrush, or I'll use it as a pocket, because that's just more likely my style. I just go with it once I get there. And this one's being stubborn on me. I'll show you an example that is more easy to see on what I'm trying to describe is happening with my book. So you can see this first page right here, and you think, oh, well, that looks fine. And then I have multiple pages underneath it on this picture, but it's actually folded right here. So whether it goes this way, and you can see the little fold. I'll show you right there.
Okay, just so you know, you had me looking at words while I'm doing this.
Yeah.
I just seen the word blithering idiot.
See, you can't help but see it while you're glancing at words, right?
Yep.
All right, it's folded right here. So that way when I fold it to close, you see the gap there. It doesn't actually have a gap when I close it on this side because it folds in the right spot. And then it opens in the right spot. So think of it like, have you ever seen those, the pop-up books? Yeah, this one's making me nuts. I'm going to have to move to a different section or something because it's making me mad. It would be nice if I have a clamp, but instead I have a hair pretty, so the hair pretty is going to hold it for a second. We're going to move to a different section. Blithering idiot. That is so funny.
I know, but I'd already glued the page when I found it, so I didn't get to save it.
Darn it. You know, once your brain starts looking for those things, your kid don't need to be told twice about nothing. What did I say here? Was it worth it? Oh, it's Humpty Dumpty, though. Man. All right, let's go through. And yes, I flipped forward just in case anybody didn't see me do that. All right, my problem with that last one is I just licked it. Don't just lick it. Make sure you get some glue on there. I don't literally mean lick it, y'all. You know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, this one says lie to me one time or keep one card up your sleeve and I'm gone. That's the truth. I don't know if y'all know I'm like that, but once there's an integrity issue, I have a hard time recovering from integrity issues.
Oh, now I know the secret.
What, you're shocked I'm still talking to you? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Y'all, I'm just a little crazy.
Okay, I hit the bottom of my glue sticks. I'm going to show you what I was talking about.
Okay, go big or go home. Hold your britches. There,
I'm
she's all
already
big.
home. So I guess I'm going big. So I just take something that'll let me get in there and get all that glue out of the cap. Look at all that glue. And there's still more in there. It's not that the glue's expensive or that I'm tight. It's just I like my glue and I might as well get all of it. I paid for all of it. And then I can throw that away. And I'll share another silly secret. First of all, I'm using my gift card from Walmart to spread my glue, and the big clump stays on there so I can kind of control where it goes. And honestly, sometimes I think I should do my gluing this way all the time because you get a nice smooth amount of glue. Then what's left, I just lay it to the side and glue it down. I'm going to grab a different credit card because that one's got glue on it.
So we're clear. You do a much better job of gluing the whole shenanigans than I do. My glue is always a little bit loose. I don't glue enough sometimes when I'm doing these because I get in a rush to glue the pages fast. And you can see my little gaps.
This is my silliness. Okay, so this is the lid of the glue stick I just ran out of, right? So you'd think I would throw it away. Well, first of all, it makes great circles on a jelly plate. But I have this cup with little, right across from me with little things. Okay, so when I'm gluing, sometimes if the glue stick sets just right, see, it'll roll right off the table. And the lids fall off a lot. So if I have a few extra lids, I don't have to reach down and get it. I can just put one on it and get it later when I sweep.
I have to tell you, the whole show was worth it just for that. That's too funny.
Sometimes we do the silliest things, but it works. So
we do. Now, there's an alternative. If you don't like the clumpy multiple pages all glued together like that, where it's all 8 all at once, then take a page, tear out 2 pages, and then glue the next page in line together. So I'll show you an example of what I mean. I didn't do this one, but I just glued 2 pages together here, and I just made this one the classic form of tearing out 8, right? You can't really see the difference, but let me show you what it looks like when you're upright. Now you see it. These are the ones that have been done. And yes, I told you, this is why I was making fun of my glue. Look what I just did when I said you glue better than I do. I missed that whole little gap right there. One of my base layers when I start to do stuff in a glue book or a collage book as I do them, is I'll actually come in and hide that whole thing and tape the whole top. So you'll never see that anyway. So I don't stress about it. Like this. I'll show you real quick. How long do I need? About that long. We're on this page right here. So I just come in with my washi. Usually I'll put glue on the back side of my washi because most washis are not all that instickable. You think they are, but then give it 4 years and the washi is no longer stickable. So I like glue sticks. All right, so now I'm on the back page of it and I just fold it down. And guess what? You just cleaned up your book page and you can trim off this extra at the end. If you're a brand new artist and you don't have washi, don't worry, the washi will come. Okay, there you go. And then leave that off. And then you can see how it cleans it up a lot. And when you're done, yes, it's going to be bulky, but all the book's going to be bulky. You're not going to see as much of this clean book stack like that. So it will blend in better. And a lot of people use lace to take your mind off of the way that it layers like that. Lace, again, it's thicker, it adds bulk, so you may have to remove more than 8 pages. But anyway, just wanted to take you on that washi journey with me. You know you wanted to watch you the washi. Or if you've ever cruised, washi. All right. I'm done being mad at this page. You can behave now. And I'll catch up to this page later, and we'll flip after that. Somebody's going to have to remind me that I'm going to flip to the back of the book when I get to the washi section. All right. This one is the 8. I already do the 8 here. All right, I'm a right-handed person, so I turn my book upside down. Do you do that too, Jean Peter, when you have to rip it from the other side?
Yeah.
We don't need to be just sitting on me. Oh, it's easier when it's in the boxes like this, huh?
Yeah. You know, the problem with having more than one of any tool, other than I like to have them when I travel, I want more than one. So I can make sure if I lose a set, I still have one at home. I have 4 different rulers out here for tearing. That's ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
I actually do have 2 rulers because I had to go find this ruler, which I never use. I accidentally bought one online for myself, and it was all in centimeters. I just assumed it was inches on the other side, but it wasn't. It's all centimeters. But lo and behold, my other one, which is my favorite everyday ruler, I picked this one up at Target. It had centimeters on one side and inches on the others. Literally, I couldn't find it, and it was sitting to the left of me by 7 inches.
If anyone has trouble understanding or reading a ruler or needs a refresher on how to, just let us know. I will be glad to do a video on how to use your ruler. And I'm saying that with all the best intentions. I have taught classes and seen grown-ups who can't use a ruler. They don't know how to measure.
And that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. It's all easy once you learn it. And sometimes if you don't think you need it, you don't learn it. And maybe you don't need it. I don't know that I use the measurements a lot, except when I make a book. But I actually went into a store one time, Home Depot, and I wanted 4 foot of chain. And the guy couldn't measure it.
And it was 4 foot even?
Uh-huh. He didn't know how to get me that other foot. He could do 3 feet was a yard.
Right.
It was really weird because he was even older than me. So. And I kind of thought men were just born with that sense of measurement.
You know, I have to, oh, go ahead.
Or maybe my husband's just been lying to me all this time.
I have the belief that we're all born basically the same, and we're taught to believe certain things about the differences in the way that we think like that. Because I wrote a paper when I was in college about the differences in the same household, because people can say we were raised in the same household. We were raised the same by the same 2 parents. But did your parents buy the boy a ball, which you throw, and he runs away to go get the ball and plays with the ball on his own? Or did you buy the girl the doll, and then sit down with the girl and play with the dolls, and she learned to self-soothe by playing with the dolls on her own? Did you put one in competitive sports where the competition is different? I do. I just think that we raise them differently.
Makes sense.
I mean, I don't remember everything I wrote in there, but it is funny that that one stuck with me of all the essays written. I wrote another one about the differences between crocodiles and alligators. I titled that one, "What Bit Ya?" That also stuck with me. Yeah.
Well, regardless, I don't want to meet either one of those.
Alligators really don't freak me out as long as you don't harass them, and definitely don't go near a baby. So they're all fine. Alligators are very, very careful about their babies. You don't mess with their babies. I have a funny alligator story for you too, if you want.
Sure.
Okay. I have a brother who lives much more in the wild. He's the youngest of my brothers, still older than me, but the youngest of my brothers. And he works at a place where there's a river that runs behind it. And the river's pretty good size, and it's fresh water. And there's alligators, and there's beavers, and there's creatures, right? And well, some beaver, and I want to say it was a beaver. I don't remember if it was a beaver, but some creature like a beaver. I can just picture it being something like that when he told the story. Was being harassed by, I don't know, something happened where my brother witnessed something happen with the beaver and the alligator. And so then the next day he sees the beaver, actually, he calls it running, but scurrying with a little teeny alligator in its mouth, which, number one, you never do that. You don't mess with a little teeny alligator when it comes to a big alligator. And so he's got this little teeny alligator in its mouth, and then behind the beaver is the mama alligator chasing the beaver. He said it had to be the most ridiculous thing he'd ever seen in his life, is a beaver with an alligator in its mouth.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. I already lost count, dagnabbit. We're just going to stop there. Might be too many, might be too few.
And you know what? It's okay, because it will work out.
Oh, it always works out. That's why I really don't stress about this. If you guys choose to make it differently, just remember the math of, you really do have to rip out a lot of pages if you're going to be doing the art on it. I suppose if somebody is painting on it, you probably don't have to take out 4 pages for every page you're painting. You know, I don't think so. I think you'd only probably have to take out maybe 2 pages for every page if you're just painting, unless you're a thick, thick painter.
See, my problem is I can't just paint. I got to paint and then glue something on it. Lots of layers.
So what kind of crafts are you guys up to these days? You know, I probably should have posted this in the Cares Angels group. Sorry. Let me see something real quick. I'm going to put it on Eugene Peter for a second.
I think that was my last page. I did have a head start, though. That I will say. Okay.
You know, if that's your last page, I would love if you showed them what I mean about a collage book or a glue book, or whatever you do next when you're done prepping your book.
Okay, I can do that. So I have this, and I just kind of give a little. I have a lot of short pages because this was originally going to be for my tag book. And I decided I already have a tag book, so I don't need to do another one. But I showed how you could use this in the class I showed. And so I decided to continue with it. And I love shaped pages. So at the front, there's a lot of shaped pages. And I may go back and make more of these single pages shaped. I don't know yet. But this one's just a regular page and then some shapes. Some short ones to stick tags and pockets on, or I don't know. I could easily, believe it or not, I'll have a lot of stuff like, okay, this cute little monkey here, my little monkey Post-it notes. Maybe I just want to put a row of 3 little monkeys on there, you know, whatever I want to put on there to stick out, make it its new page, because I love the shaped edges. And I have some plain, some short. And like I said, I may come in and end up doing a lot of these finished pages with edges on them too, which would make it, of course, a little shorter in the book. But then it gives me room for things to stick out. And I did all of these. This is really heavy paper. So all of these are at least 2 pages. Some of them are 3. Some of them are 2 pages torn out and 2 pages glued together. I didn't really pull a lot out, just as out, because I cut them in or tore them and sandwiched them. This is what I pulled out today. So I probably pulled out about that much the last time. So I guess it was a bit, but I'm going to close it so you can see that. So you can see. And it, of course, it's alligator mouth because of the spine, but I'm hoping the more I use it and smash it and all that, it'll work. And I love the title.
What's the title again?
Daddy.
Oh, that's so sweet.
It was going to be a book about my daddy, but I didn't ever get it done. So maybe still someday I'll do one. Not in this one now, because this is nothing like my daddy.
Oh my gosh, I have to tell you. Do you have any paper clips next to you?
Just regular ones.
Okay, do me a favor. Turn your book sideways facing you. The other way. Exactly the other way. There you go. No. One more turn. There you go. Now, put the paper clips down on your page. This is actually a project I haven't done on the screen yet, but you just created it for me in a pretty way. Put your paper clips down on the page where you could see, and imagine that they're rag flags or decorative clips, and they can be stored in a space like this, and you can see them all at once. And this could be your storage book. And then go to the next layer. You know what I'm saying now, right?
Mm-hmm. I even grabbed out the good ones.
Oh, get the good ones out. See, now this is like a twofer. Because I haven't done this video yet, and you're about to do it for me.
These are made by T.
Gotta love T. T, you make amazing paper clips.
Yep. I love these. Haven't even done a video on them yet. They were just sitting here. Even the wavy pages still will hold them. Look at that. I put one at the top of each bump. Like that.
Literally, I was going to do that video with a magazine to show people that if you have a used magazine that you've torn apart and used as collage fodder, that you can finish your magazine by making it paperclip storage, and you already solved it. Slide it down so they can see just a little bit more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Look, isn't that fabulous? And it's such a cute way to flip through your paper clips and store them.
That is cool.
Thank you.
I like this idea. You might have to be my collage paperclip book.
Well, you just created a paperclip purpose.
Now I have to make paperclips.
Yep. Well, we just gave a bunch of paper clips to a bunch of happy packers. And I am going, and I already packed up the stuff for it, for figuring out how to get paper clips to all the artists too. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but if I make 100 something for the artists and the happy packers and the however many, I don't ship every single month. I split it with Jean Peter and I split it with Kim, and it's all over the place. So it may be a few months before I ship to somebody, but I'm going to keep a list because we do a pretty good job of keeping a list of who gets what, like book binding kits and such. And eventually everybody's going to get their little 30 pack of paper clips because I just think that's a required craft. I just love paper clips.
You can put it back on you. I have to go in the other room to get my book of magazine images.
Okay. I'm going to step back on me for a little bit while I battle the flip. And if you have a page like this where you can see that it creases a little bit, you see that crease right there? Maybe you don't, but for me, I feel it. If it creases like that, really, really, really don't worry about it because you're going to come back in and you're going to layer things over it. And you can hide the stuff you don't like about the pages. And you'll see when she does hers, like this one creased on me too. You can see this crease. But that's partly because when I wipe it smooth this way and then I come back and wipe it smooth that way, whenever you have this many pages, you're going to have those kinds of gaps. Okay, I'm trying to find where I'm at now. I got distracted. And my book looks very different than hers because you can see like these right here. These are the ones that have the creases and the gaps and the ones that I didn't glue the top very well. And again, I'm not going to stress about it because I do like putting tags in things. So I'll use probably a paintbrush to come back and glue that. Or if you really want to, you can come back in with your glue stick and go inside there. Especially if it's that open. My word, look at how I obviously didn't glue it well right there. And I'm also not doing a good job of gluing down the seam right here. So for the rest of the book, I'll spend more time with that. But again, like I said, just like you see this one, it'll clean it up anyway once you do your toppers. So my list of video ideas, I get to cross that one off because we just buried it inside of this one. That's kind of exciting. All right, how many pages do I have between these? One, only those. I don't know how I feel about that. That's too many to glue together. I might just leave this. See? I'm setting myself up for an alligator because I'm only going to, I can't just rip them out because then I'd see the rip and I wouldn't like that. And I can't glue it to the others because then there's too many pages glued together because then it'll bulk on me. So we'll just have to make it up somewhere else and rip out extra pages in other places. So I'll rip out just one, I think, because 3 pages is good enough. Or glue just 2 pages together. Yeah, I'll glue just, no, see, I don't like that because then that multiplies the problem. You guys see, I worry about the math of things way too much. Don't forget that glue is also a layer in your book. by bulking up your pages, it'll bulk up more when you flip your book. So I'm just going to glue them together. I'm not going to rip it apart. Just let it be a thick page. Did you get your fun stuff? Because I can hear you back.
I am, and I got my mail. No wonder my dogs were barking.
Did you get a lot of mail?
I have 11 boxes to open.
Oh my word, did the anonymous drop by and visit?
Well, some of it is from last time, but I mean, before I went on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, a lot of it just came today.
Wow.
So
I bet you have a lot to catch up from but oh my gosh.
yeah, Cavation. That's
Yes.
what my kids used to call it.
Oh my word, I cannot speak.
I have a suggestion. If anybody sends things priority,
Mm-hmm.
y'all ought to still tape the edges if you can. Man, I tell you what, I don't know if it's just what comes to me or what, but I have had at least half of my priority boxes come broken up. Most of the time there's nothing missing from what I can tell, but I may be wrong on that too. So
Did I just completely forget to glue a section? It's so weird. I've had some boxes with literal shoe prints, and that look, I mean, not just a few, but lots of boxes with shoe prints. Okay,
yeah.
You guys have seen me rip out 8 and glue these pages together. You know my process. So wherever I have one that goes forward, I'm going to do this real quick, and then I'm going to get, oh, you're already collaging. So you guys have seen where, you know, if I know I'm going to paint on this page or collage on this page, and I know I'm going to paint or collage on this page, I will have 4 pages behind it that are ripped out on this side, and 4 pages behind it ripped out on this side. But because when you go to flip the page and you're going to probably paint over here and over here, you should have 8 pages missing in between your sections if you're going to collage 3 or 4 layers. So I usually just glue down 3 pages, rip out 8 pages, and then glue down 3 pages. It's kind of my process. Okay, I'm going to go big screen on you while you collage, because they've already seen me do my rip and glue. And I can go on mute too, so I can grunt when I feel like it.
Okay, I have several ways that I collage. Sometimes I do a border and then a central image, and sometimes I just do lots of little squares. I'm not really good at just torn up chunks all over. I have, but I tend to feel like I like this. I'm a little more organized in that, and it's the only thing I'm organized in, let me tell you. And I just pick images. I don't ever, when I, unfortunately, what I pulled out was lots of words, and I don't remember tearing them out of the magazines, so that's weird. But I just pick out something I like. I pick out my images by color and texture, and I don't pay any attention to any part of it other than that. Because I might use something that's not very nice in there, but by the time I put it on there and turn it around and glue other things to it, it's all good. Now this one, I'm probably looks like I'm going to be doing kind of a central image. and then coming around with the border. I have a stack of things I've pulled out over here, and most of these are bigger images, so I'll have to. So see, this is all textures to me. Yes, it's somebody's other picture out of a magazine, but I like the texture part. And don't worry about any elements of it. I just glue it down because I feel like my part of it that makes it my art comes after I have glued all my papers down. My favorite burnishing tool. See, these little puppies are just good for everything. Besides even keeping your glue bottle from drying out.
Just because I know everyone has a paper clip, I decided to see if a paper clip would work at getting the rest of the glue stuff out, and it is working.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll do real quick. So I'm just spinning my paper clip around in a circle to grab the rest of the glue. And I'm just like you. I can't stand to leave the stuff left in a glue stick. That glue is meant to be used.
Exactly. You paid for the whole thing.
Yeah. And I don't mind tossing a paper clip once it's too gluey, or the smart thing, just make something out of that gluey side of the paper clip. So if you're going to use the side of the paper clip, use the side that you need to glue stuff to, which is the top and single side. Anyway. And I get my fingers dirty sometimes, so I'm going to have to find something where I don't get my fingers dirty. Another page. Back to you.
It's gluing in.
You can tell when Jean's serious, she gets really quiet.
Yes, Tina, that's the best way to do it, is put the lid back on it and then smear it around. But I'm not always. Sometimes I get going and I just completely don't even pay attention.
I think she was talking to when I was spreading the glue with the paper instead.
Oh.
But I decided to keep an extra lid because I lose my lid, so I was afraid of getting my lid gluey. And that was the other thing I was going to talk about with burnishing. I totally forgot about, for those who are watching this new, is that using the top of your glue stick lid, actually this one's a little different than the ones I normally use. But you can use the top of your glue stick lid to squeeze things instead of your ruler or your card.
And sometimes when I'm collaging, I cut pieces and don't have any idea where they're going until I get them put on there.
I do that too.
Actually, more often than not.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I actually have like a little collage bin of things that I like to use. That makes me happy.
Just one?
Two. But I do have a sorted, organized, pre-cut out, fussy cut image thing, or could be pre-cut out by things. And it's so organized, I have to tell you, I'm afraid to use it. I haven't used it in 2 years because once I organized it, I'm like, oh my gosh, I love it like this. Isn't that horrible? So because it's organized, I won't use it.
Well, I have a 5-gallon bucket that sits beside me, and it takes all of my good little scraps that I use as kits. And it's everything that when you get a kit from me and it's got all little pieces, it's all my scraps. I mean, some of it, sometimes I cut stuff up for scraps. I will be honest about that. But when my husband comes in to dump the trash for me, he always asks me, is this the good trash? I'm like, yeah.
That's too funny. My husband's latest thing is making me laugh so much is because he's been on a bit of a shopping thing. And so we get Amazon boxes like every day. And I say that in the plural. And so lately he's been saying, I'm not getting the things for me. I'm not. I'm getting them because I know you need boxes. Oh, it's too funny. When I drop off the Happy Packs, because we have a place where I drop off 50 of them and another place where I drop off 11 of them. And they do the distribution for me. And when I drop off the Happy Packs, it doesn't make any sense for me to take it out of the box. So I drop it off in the giant boxes. That leaves me with no giant boxes afterwards each time.
Well, that makes sense. So he's just keeping you in supply.
Yeah, he's just helping. Exactly. Oh, it's too funny. Yeah, see, I feel the same way. These ones have a sharper edge. So like on the Oohoo's, I'd be a little nervous to burnish with the top of these Oohoo's. And I don't have any Elmer tops with me. I do tend to almost primarily burnish with the top of my Elmer's glue. It's weird that I even have my, which I can't even find it now. My, oh my gosh, what do you call what normal people use?
Bone folders.
Thank you.
Now all my tools and stuff are in a Lazy Susan setting here with me.
Yeah.
But, and I do have bone folders. That's another one of those. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, some of them go to my, scoreboards. But you know, after using the plastic ones, which is what this is, and I have another one that's like this, plastic. This is my favorite. This one is heavy. It's a real bone, and I like it because I can do this. They're not easy to find, but
that's what this one is. This one is heavy with real bone, and I've had this thing forever. I don't even know how long ago I got it. And it's funny because I've used it for so long, it's actually changing the texture of the bottom of the tip. Really funny. It's the texture of the bottom has changed since I first got it, which was perfectly rounded.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Um,
Actually, this one, my big one, my sister gave me when she worked at the library.
mhm.
It's probably the best gift she's ever given me.
Let me see it
That
now.
this big one.
Oh, that's cool.
It is so heavy. I love it. And then both of these are all bone, and then these are all plastic.
Wow, you have
And
a lot of them.
I do. Well, this one goes with a scoreboard, and this one goes with a scoreboard. This one I've had for I don't know how many years before I learned about all these others. And then these two came in a kit of something, and I don't really care for the plastic. I guess you get spoiled with what you've used. So there's my page.
I love your page.
I
And how
didn't
many
know what it
layers
was
do you
gonna
think it is?
be. Two in some places, but I haven't started the doodles, the painting, the background, anything like that. So I have my own style of what I like.
So given
And
how flat that is, you probably don't have to rip out 8 pages in between if you were to craft like that.
yeah,
Those are nice and flat.
yeah, I don't. I mean, this one's got 3 pages glued together. I do like them stiff. I really do.
Yeah.
Um, the I don't put a lot of layers and thickness on when it's a book. I don't
Yeah.
know why. I just don't. I have my style, and that's kind of where I go.
Yeah.
A lot of it will come up now with pens and markers and pencils and all that good stuff, which happens to be again in the other room. So we're going to make do with what's here because I ain't running back in there.
Well, you know what you should do? You should make do with what's there.
I have some paint pens in here. They're bigger tips. I don't really care for them, but I'm going to use them because they're here. Because I'm learning that just because I don't like it doesn't mean I can't use it.
That's
Yeah. So
I do have a scoreboard which came with one of those little oh, what do you call the little ball kind of things? I don't consider that a bone folder. I forget what you call that. And the one that you can use to round the tiniest flowers. I don't know.
these,
Yes. Stylus. No. No. I forget what you call them. Oh my
Yes.
gosh, look at you.
I'm not done yet.
We are two opposite craft supply people.
Okay.
I have 1 or 2 people if I have one. I'm sure I have hardest with more supplies than I do.
Okay, here's the reason I have so many of these.
Different
Some of
sizes.
them are clear back from when I was in ceramics,
Oh.
and that was before children.
Well,
So, and then when I did toll painting, I used to make dots, and all of these are different. I mean, they're all different tips. So, when you did that country painting with the geese, and you did a lot of dots.
yeah.
And I haven't lost any. I don't know why. I mean, some of them have broke and worn out, but I'm the same with the Xacto knives. We're not talking that I have a lot of these tools because I just keep buying, which I guess I do keep buying, but it's because I have used them for years,
Yeah.
And I bet I have, I know that I pulled out of a drawer 4 old Xacto knives with no blades, in addition to what's out here normally. And those were given to me years and years ago. I mean, it's kind of like when you craft, people know that. And they give you stuff sometimes when they're done. Hi, Laura.
Oh my gosh, Lake Tahoe. How awesome is that?
Sounds like fun.
I haven't been there yet. My hubs has tried to talk me into going there a couple times. We just haven't been there yet.
I haven't been there, but I haven't been a lot of places.
We do have a couple of things planned now that we're both vaccinated. Doesn't mean we're going to go back to our normal life, but we do have a couple of things planned. Let's hope this passes soon. Oh my gosh. This is where I wish I had that wide washi tape. I think I'm going to buy myself wide washi tape one day.
So now we're all like dogs and we can do stuff because we've had our shots.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Well, you remember when we were kids going to school and gosh, I've had this washi tape forever. This is my entire washi tape collection. And I feel like I have a lot, but I'm sure that the majority of folks, and look, I leave the empty ones in here. And here's my latest empty one. I leave the empty ones in here because I love them as circle makers. But look, aren't these cute? I can't bring myself to use these ones.
Cool.
I actually do have the holes in them.
I have more washi tape than what I need. And the funny thing is, I just started recently using it. I've been collecting it, I think, for way too long. I can always use paper clips, Laura.
Oh my gosh, yes, Laura. You won't believe how fast we go through them. Oh, you know what? Jean Peter, flip through and show her what you just did with the paper clips.
Okay, let me color my little section.
Maybe. I'm rushing you.
Yeah.
It's kidding.
Sometimes I do something and forget where I was.
Are you kidding me? That's like my world. I live in that.
And you know, sometimes when I'm done for the day, I'll leave myself a little note on my table of what my plan was so that I know where I was when I get up in the morning.
Yeah. By the time I'm falling asleep, I won't remember to do that. So I just hope that I don't miss what I'm doing. I've got somebody where they mentioned in a live that I hadn't emailed them back. I can't remember who it was, and I can't find the email.
Was that just recently?
Yes.
Okay, let me think about that because I do remember that. Okay, this is what we were thinking with the paper clips. You can store your collection of paper clips in a book. You just sit there and you tear down your pages and glue them together for stability. Because if these were single pages, the paper clips would be a pain in the butt on there.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can have your beautiful paper clip collection. And that way when you need something, you can go, which paper clip am I going to use today?
And I like when it's tiered because then you can see the layer, like the one in the first choice would be shorter and the second one would be a little bit longer. Yeah. And so then you had that one section, which was like,
I know.
I don't remember where it was at. But what's nice about, oh, there it is. What's nice about it when it's tiered like that is that you can see it at the multiple levels. And so Jean just enabled me to not have to make that video now of the paperclip secret. I probably should make it anyway, but Jean, can you just take a picture and share it on Facebook with your paper clips in it one day?
Uh-huh. I like putting the ones with the fibers all on the same row. Not even leaving these here, and I'm still taking them down and putting them in right. Isn't that cool?
I do. I love it. It's like yeah, the side decorated ones, they're easier. I like them. I like all different kinds of paper clips. I like the ones that poke off the top. I like the ones that come out of the sides. And that's why I wanted to make a whole magazine, which I think, you know, because you can alligator mouth a magazine with no problem. So the original thought was to do it in a magazine. Okay. Oh, I'm already to the page where I said I was going to flip the book. All right. So now you can see that it's, oh, I'm sharing my screen now. Now you can see that it's, a lot has been taken out. They're glued together. They're messy, you guys, because that's just my style. I don't glue the whole page the way Jean glues the whole page, because I come back and I tape the tops or I decorate the tops and flatten them like you see with my washi here. And then that's what makes it look clean at the end when I'm done. I'm not going to do that now, but you can see that instead of being the size of a regular book, it's gradually squeezing more and more in. So by the time I'm done, it should be about half the size of the book, which gives me space to keep creating inside with my 2 to 3 layers without going too alligator mouthy. And the key is to make sure that I don't create too much near the spine, because that's where my bulk is. So all my art is going to be to the right of the spine unless it's super thin near the spine. Go back to you while you decorate your collage. I gotta find my spot, and we're gonna start at the back of the book. And after feeling that bulk, I really want to take a lot more pages out.
Now comes the fun, adding extra colors in and changing the magazine images to be my style.
That is fun. I think I sent the bird nest ones and tease paper clips out the last time, because when people do a donation to sponsor shipping, then those folks get got an extra paper clip last month. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. I don't really like that page there. I'm trying to rip with my left hand to train my left hand. Right, I'll be right back. Sorry.
And for those who think they can't do this, all you need to do is think shapes. Think shapes. Because I just add squares, I add circles, I add stripes. And then every once in a while, I'll toss in something a little bit swirly. That pen's not working well, so probably it's just old. And I just color parts of it that I think need to be a different color. Or add outlines.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, this book is a giant book. Probably should have chose a thinner one, but on crafting today because that's what. Oh no, I wanted to save this page. I guess I'm keeping about the author, huh? Oh man. What I miss, Jean Peter? What I miss?
I'm just gluing and well, now I'm just marking up stuff. Doodling on my pages. Adding extra colors where I want extra colors.
All right, so now I have these chunks right here. And I think I'm going to break my own rules. And the Xacto knife is coming out. Hold your britches, y'all. But I am going to take these pages out. And this is where Jean and I were talking about how nice it would be if someone made a cutting mat that worked for this. If you don't have an Xacto knife, you can tear. I tore earlier when I didn't like a page. It's just the back of the book needs to be so clean in my mind. I do have 2 Xacto knives. That's because I can't find one. I thought I just cut that. It's weird. Okay.
I'm going to put it on both of us real quick.
That's fine. Oh, I didn't know it was just on me. Why is it just on me? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just so you can kind of see where I have, you know, what it looks like before, and I'm just adding all these different design elements to make it mine. And I wanted people to be able to see that.
I'm totally in agreement with you. I didn't even realize I had already moved it. I had forgotten I moved it to just me when I was showing the pages.
That's okay. I really am pretty strong-hearted about not using other people's art and just outright using it. But I use a lot of magazine images, and I just want people to realize that you can, and you can make it yours very easily without a lot of work. And just colored pens, colored pencils. It's all going to work.
Yep. I so want to hold a copyright conversation one day. I really, really, really do. So many people misunderstand it.
And
Even go ahead.
if you don't have the colored pencils, you could completely change this design with a black ink pen or even a pencil. It's just, you know. And yes, I tend to pick up a pen and use it in a couple spots and then pick up another one. I may come back to that pen again because, you know, I never know what I'm going to do until I do it. But a lot of it's just circles, lines, squares.
So what I'm doing right now is, yes, this is a giant book, but I did the front side where I was taking the pages out first, so I don't get the funky bend in my book. And now on the back side, I forgot to put my little reminder to flip my book. And so I'm going to be moving all over the place when I get to the middle to make sure that everything still lays flat when I'm done gluing everything. So if you do the first third and then you hold the other 2/3, you can just split your other 2/3 in half and you don't have to do any math for that. Okay. I do love the look of washi down the spine though. Oh my gosh, I love that look. Although that adds bulk to the spine where you're not removing a lot of bulk to protect the strength of the book. Okay, I'm going to be doing the book upside down now for a while. Anyone who wants to do breathing exercises, or should I just mute? I'm muting.
I don't know if you can hear my big dog in the background. Daddy's mowing.
I don't hear the big dog.
He has to bark the whole time he's mowing.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
No, it's like he's attacking the lawnmower. And the weed eater's even worse.
That's funny. We have a cat that loves to antagonize the dog, kind of like neener, neener, neener. She won't let you get me. Last night when the dog goes for its final bathroom break, the cat's at the end of the walkway, startles the dog. So late at night, my dog freaks out. I found my new way to count without counting. I just glance over and see how many pages I've ripped out. No, I ripped out a page I wanted to keep. This better not have been good.
You can always glue it back in somewhere.
I don't want to. Oh, look, it just works out. It was one of those where it's one page away from another one I wanted to keep. So it would have frustrated me later anyway. So we'll just consider it a happy accident. Bob Ross and me just came out and is going to be happy about it. It feels weird not being able to see my purple on the glue because that's normally what I buy.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny when you go with what you're used to into something new. You're talking about the change thing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I am kind of like that with some things. glue is one of those things, I think. All right. That one's happy now. And yes, I love my Post-it notes enough that I'm saving my little Post-it notes. Maybe my new back to the Post-it notes will be my little kitty cat. Do you like this dolly looking image? Isn't it adorable?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot between these two.
My dogs do that all the time, Tina. And if my phone rings and it's Messenger, you know, the sound that makes, one of my dogs just goes crazy because he thinks one of the grandbabies are on the other end. Another thing I do when I just want to add some colors, I'll just do a glob of a paint pen and then smear it, and it gives it that watercolory look and adds a little bit of that color somewhere else. I do that quite often, actually.
Speaking of paint pens, Peggy Fitzmaurice just donated 40 paint pens and like a whole bunch of other stuff, like a crazy amount of other stuff. So
awesome.
But in the paint pens, I know it's a perfect box of 40, all different colors, but just so you guys know how I think, I'm like, oh, those don't come in very often, so those are going to get split apart in each personal. Well, we'll only be able to do it for 40, but 40 of the people will get one. So I'm a little excited about that. All right. I feel like I'm thinking less straight now than I was earlier. We'll see if thinking less straight makes a better back of the book than the front of the book. Oh, that's funny. I don't know how y'all put up with me. You all will be more fastidious in putting your book together, I'm sure.
Well, sometimes when we do a video, we have to do it a little different than what we would normally do it for time-wise. We need to make sure that we get every bit of information to the viewer that we can.
Exactly. This page says emotionally drained.
This is my favorite part of this whole page. I have to show you. So I just picked this image right here to use as her body. I don't know why I thought it was good. But somewhere along the line, I punched a hole out of here to use just as something else. And I think it's the perfect pair of feet ever.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It wasn't planned. It just happened. And yeah, I think it's amazing.
Aren't the unplanned ones the best things, though?
Almost every bit of my art is unplanned, I have to say. Sometimes there's a plan, but when there is, it doesn't usually work out right anyway. So
I usually start with a plan and tweak it. If you guys have ever heard Jean and I brainstorm about something, my art comes out very much like our brainstorms. You know, it starts on one spot, ends up with a different thing, but I still love it.
The one thing about my art when I do it in a book like this is it may be worked on forever. You know, I go to look at it and I'll pick it up and I'll add something else to it. You know, which is good. It really is good. I'm happy with that.
I will leave something unsigned for a long time until I feel like it's finished.
I'm not really good at signing my art.
One of the things I signed, I regret how I signed it. I just signed my first name, and I really don't like it. I have it on my Facebook, but I think even on one of them, I blocked it out with orange because I don't like my official first name all that much. You guys want to hear a weird family story? Since anybody watching this long is family anyway. You know? Or they just left it on and forgot it was on and now they're going to hear a weird family story.
Hi, Arlene.
So my mom was the oldest of 3 sisters. And oh, this says what her dad's for. How sweet is that? And I'm saving that. I want that to be on this page. And so she used to babysit her 3 younger sisters. And she went by her middle name for regular life. And I'm actually a junior. She named me after herself. But when she babysat her sisters, she went by her first name. Because when she went by her first name, it meant she was stern and there's rules and all of that. So it's almost like I don't know. And so one of her sisters refused to ever call me by my official name, which is Carolyn. It even sounds weird when you say it, you know. But she refused to call me that because that was when her sister was mean. Yeah. And so she always called me Angel. So now you guys are getting where some of the nicknames for the foundation come from. Angel was one of my nicknames. But only by her. She's no longer with us, though. She's an angel now. Ooh, I love this. This over here says the truth. I like to put a little note on what I was thinking when I did the page. That way maybe it'll spark me later. You know, Jean, I was totally going to crop this down to like a 5-minute video where I just show people basics, tell them how many pages to cut. Now I'm thinking that I can't cut you out of the video, so I'm just going to leave this up and not make a 5-minute video.
You cut me out. I video bombed you, so
that's okay. I like your little collage section.
I took it as an opportunity to play.
It is an opportunity to play, and you should. I had to glue a lot of pages together on this one, so I'm definitely going to have to make up for it somewhere else. Otherwise, it'll alligator. Now, do you put gel medium down or anything like that before you start collaging, or do you just collage straight onto magazines? And
this one,
glossy paper.
This one had a coat of gesso on it, just a skim coat. I like to have a painted background.
Yeah.
a color. I want the words can be seen through slightly, but yeah, I like to work on a painted surface, and it doesn't have to be gesso. That's just what I grabbed, so I didn't have to dig through paint.
Did I not? Oh yeah, that's fine. What are you up to, Susie? I don't even see you sneak in here.
I think she's been in here for a while. She may have left and come back.
I lost count again and I didn't stack it. So that'll just have to be good. I wonder if I could take, oh, I bet you that's a good page. Let me see what that says. No, it's not a good page. I feel like I want to shift to a new measurement of 252, but that might make it still too bulky. Meaning two pages glued together, and then I rip out 5 and then glue 2 pages.
I have another little tip here that I learned in a sewing class.
Show me.
We did coloring with crayons and colored pencils on fabric. Do you know what this is? Sticky tack, you know, that you use to hang things.
Oh, I love that stuff. This
makes an eraser.
Well, I have to tell you, that's what my plan is at the gallery. I'm going to be using, when I print out the stuff people submit on, and you guys, you would not believe how fancy pants this freaking gallery is. Holy smacks. But when you print out, I have printable canvas. So I'm going to print out the art that's digitally sent to me. And then I'm going to trim it to where it's the size that the art belongs. You know how some things are not perfectly to 8.5 by 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to attach that canvas using poster tacky stuff.
Yep.
To wallpaper. And then I'm going to bring a bundle of the poster tacky stuff to attach it in the gallery.
Cool.
And the gallery is and then the poster tacky stuff will be applied to the back of the wallpaper. And I have wallpaper sample books, which I purchased from Shelley's auction a while back, and she gifted one to me. So I have 3 of them, and I should be able to select complimentary pages for each person's art. But I'm only going to do it for 30, and I still don't even have enough. If everybody sent me one right now, I still don't even have 30 submissions. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm hoping to have one thing from one person, 30 people. You know what I mean? That would be my goal. Yeah. That looks amazing. I have to tell you, I love it.
Okay, so when I do a page and I feel like there needs to be a quote, what I do is I look at something on the page and see what I see. So I see a 0 or an O, and I see 59. Unfortunately, I don't see anything else. Like a lot of times I'll see, you know, a house or a river or whatever. And then I Google quotes with that word in it. And that's how I put a quote on there. So what does anybody see in this page so I can find a quote? And it's going to have to be short. I'll wait.
Do you see your 2 white spirals?
Mm-hmm.
And underneath it, you have like those little black things on what feels like a clothesline to me.
Yeah, they're like going
Like
around.
little C's. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now, do you see a face in that?
You see a face in everything, though.
I do. I do. I see a grumpy face. He's not very happy, and she's kind of sassy with attitude on her face. And so she's leaving his ass behind.
Attitude. That's what I see.
Oh my gosh. Oh, she sees a high rise. So attitude in the city. I see it too. Totally looks like a sideways cityscape. High rise on her left and a sideways cityscape on her right. And she's facing you. So I'm saying it, you know, the opposite.
Uh-huh.
Do you see that?
I do.
Loving it. Making sure I'm not getting too close.
No, these are not. I guess I'm going to have to put in sassy attitudes.
See, I would just put something like, I don't know. I don't even have.
Oh my gosh, I love this quote.
Okay, give it to me.
Not for this, but I just love it. We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. Do you know who said that?
Audrey Hepburn. I'm just
No.
kidding. That's my answer to everything.
Oscar Wilde.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is some really good quotes. Ooh, this is good. Men do not attract that which they want, but that which they are. Are you going to watch the Kentucky Derby, Arlene?
I'll wear a hat for it.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a saver. Oh my gosh. Not maybe for this, but for something else.
Okay, how about this? Oh, it's too many words, though. It says, "You're gonna be happy," said life, "but first I'll make you strong."
I like this one. You bring out my inner serial killer.
Oh my gosh. Oh, man.
If you're wondering why I'm so quiet around you, it's because it's not possible to plan a murder aloud.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you're killing me.
Yeah, some good sassiness in there.
Okay.
There's one in there that's really, 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 really good.
Well, then what is it?
No,
Is
I'm
it too
saving
much?
it. Yeah, it's too much. I'm saving it.
What if it's just one word? Something like grit or I mean, strength is overused, but some other word that relates to grit. Grit's probably a Southern thing. Or you're going full on quote.
Yeah, I don't know what. I kind of like this. I don't do crazy stuff with basic people.
That is good.
Or, I am princess material.
Let's go back to your crazy stuff with basic people. So if we want to Hemingway the thing and reduce all the words, what would we say to take some words out, right? And make it our own. So sometimes I go all Hemingway on things and remove words. So how about, what is the last sentence? I already forgot.
I can't do crazy stuff with basic people.
Okay. Oh, see, all I can see is basic doesn't. Yeah, no. Hold your britches. Oh, my brain's not there. I'm sorry. There's no wordsmithing today.
That's okay. I kind of like that one. I'm going to screenshot this one because there's several on here I liked.
Well, that inspires art for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing. I have a whole file of them, but I still come back and look at them and see. I still kind of like you bring out my inner serial killer. I don't know why I think that's so funny. I think that's Arlene's fault.
How about this one? I used to care about people's opinions, but then those people don't pay my bills. Oh my gosh, I just messed up.
Oh my gosh, these are so good. Blood type, matte black with a hint of gold.
Oh my gosh, there you go. See, make it your own. Blood type equals what on her? Look back at your art.
Oh, look, I can do the art. The thinking for a quote, that's way past my pay grade. Oh, there you go, Karen Porter got it. I use my crazy sparingly. I like that.
I love that. See, I love it when it reduces to something more effective. You know what I mean? You could even drop I use crazy sparingly.
Oh, but I want to own it.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I'm going to have to figure out where I want to put it.
Oh, and welcome, Karen.
I got all your boxes today, Karen.
All right, that one's done. You know, I feel like I live my life on overdrive. Today, I live my life on underdrive. That's not a quote, that's me. Oh. We still have a long ways to go, y'all. My goal is to just keep sitting on this exercise ball, and supposedly movement helps get it working. That's what I'm hoping. Supposedly. Or maybe I just like to torture myself, I think.
Yeah, my pen's quitting. I'm going to have to go get the others.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. I don't have to go get others. I'll just open a new one. That's why I have so many open. Isn't that how we work?
You know, woman, you know what I'm thinking?
I don't want to hear it.
Oh my gosh, I just lost my glue. Well, obviously, karma just hit me because my glue stick fell out just as I said, you know what I'm thinking?
That could be why my pens dry out so fast, because I can't find one, so I open a new one, and then there's a zillion open.
Okay, this one's making me crazy. What did it do? It ruined my glue stick. I don't know what happened. It's not. That's so weird. Y'all, I just messed up.
What did you do?
I don't know, but it won't, nothing's coming out, and there's glue right there, but it's just scraping the paper. I give up. I'm not even going to mess with that one. Just made me mad. This is Cranky Care. Just in case y'all have never seen Cranky Care. This is what she looks like. For the newest artists, I apologize. Just, oh my word. What in the heck kind of book is he reading? This is talking about hauling off drowned animals. Oh my gosh. Drifter jobs. I don't know. I think the Hubs is reading some funny stuff these days. I do love how much he reads, though. It gives me all kinds of book fodder. You want to know a secret? I'm going to show you something real quick. Oh no, not the tools. I almost spilled all my tools. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
I have to move my wire wrapping stash to get to it. I will say that is something I collected too many supplies for something I don't do enough. There was a time when I wasn't, oh, I didn't realize I wasn't on screen. There was a time when I wasn't feeling well. And so what I did is I gutted a countless number of books. I don't think the post office will care if I mail these in media month. So with as many as I can, I'm going to mail the pre-gutted books. And they already have the spine done because a lot of people are a little afraid of taking that part out. But then I picked out in each one of the books, and I'm telling you, I must have like 40, 50, 30, I don't know, 30 to 50 of these, where I saved the ones where I thought that they would want to keep the pages. So like in this one, they have really beautiful chapters, and this is just one example, and good quotes. And so I left them, you know, the stuff about 1781, the timeline, the word part 1. And so I left the pages where I thought that they would want to use them to make tags or collage or whatever. That's why I think that the post office won't care if it's media month. You know, they're probably coming out this month. So just so you know, Jean, when I did the math on how many, I didn't actually include all these guys. So I could probably do more. And there's
Okay.
stacks and stacks like this.
I'm picky about my pens too, Arlena, but I'm also lazy.
Okay, I'm back to you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I got her done.
She's
There it is.
gorgeous.
I use my crazy sparingly. And I even put Karen Porter right there. Got to attribute that quote.
That's fabulous.
So that's how I collage most of the time. Not always. I do different things. It just depends upon what my mood is and what I'm collaging into or onto.
Oh, I love that. And how many pages do you normally take out when you're doing your books, like before we started today? Or if you already said, I'm sorry.
I don't have a certain number. I don't do the mathematical part.
Mm-hmm.
I just start, I don't know. And when you look at it, it doesn't look like I've pulled out a whole lot.
Oh, that does look like a lot. You probably take about 30% of your book out, maybe more.
Yeah, probably. I would say it's probably pretty close to half. I have a lot of short pages, and I think on some of them, I mean, I had the intentions of doing this originally, making a pocket and doing that. But I think something I might do is, I got this idea just hit me now. I just got to find the right image because I like weird stuff. Nah, it's too big. Some of the magazine pages I'm using right now are a little bit different. It's a different magazine. Okay, so I like this. Let's just start with this. I very seldom use the whole piece of someone else's art out of a magazine.
Mm-hmm.
So I will have to definitely
Play over.
Yeah, tweak this very much, but I like the concept here, so I'm just going to try this. Let's see if it works.
So if anybody ever tells you that you can't do what you're doing and putting that in there as someone's whole piece of art, you have to say what percentage of your book that piece of art is inside of your book, and say that, no, it makes up a small percentage of my book and it is not a copyright infringement. It is honorable to give credit to that particular artist because you put it in there, you know. And you can't go in and sell a book and propose that particular piece is your own art. And then especially if you're doing it on here like a tutorial, then all of that is allowed because you're sharing with people how you create something. I'm only touchy on it because I saw a comment not too long ago where someone was freaking out over napkins. It really got into my head. That's like people. I'm trying to imitate Laura. How did she go? People. I can't even do it. I don't have that much energy. To have an ounce of her energy sometimes. She has it all. Y'all know who I'm talking about? There's a lot of Lauras now that I say that. Vasquez, which Laura is that? That is the Laura we just had on here. What is her?
Laura Sullivan.
Yeah, but what's her
Jersey
name? Jersey, Darling Jersey. Love that woman. Okay, I have a crease on this page again, dagnabbit. So I'll get to it when I get to collage time. See, look at that crease. Kind of made me cranky. All right. Looks a little religious too. He's normally Mr. Spy Novel. This is so outside of his normal book.
What you tear out of your book, it also makes great glue pages to use behind things so you don't get glue everywhere, and test your pens on. I mean, it's good for lots of other uses, but that's my first use.
The thing I love about this size is they're like perfect die cut machine size. You know, when your book is just, what is this, like 5 inches? Oh my gosh, it's exactly 5 inches. So when it's like this size, I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, look how many dies would make the best book page thingies in there.
So I used one of my book pages on the back of my magazine image that I put in there as like a tip in.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have a whole new page already there. I like my masking tape a lot too.
Love the Jersey Crafter. What was that, 4 pages? Uh-oh. Well, that's gonna go. It's gonna irritate me.
Now I can explain again why I have more than one Xacto knife. Because there's one out, but there's also 600 ink pens and all that. So it's easier to just reach up there and grab it out of my thing.
I think I'm not the crafter norm.
That's all right. I'm above the norm.
I panicked for a second and thought, oh my gosh, I'm gluing this to the previously glued page. And then I thought to myself, oh crap, I'm supposed to be gluing it to the previously glued page. 3 pages, unripped, glued to each other. 8 pages, ripped out. Then 3 pages, unripped, glued to each other. That's what I should write in the description box so people don't have to put up with my forgetting how many pages if they're watching it. But that's only if they craft skinny, man. If you craft with thick stuff and buttons, you're going to have to be ripping out all kinds of pages. I do love my buttons, but I save them for stuff that's not inside of a book. I'm like you, Jean Peter. I keep my book stuff skinny. So excited. Jersey meeting Christy. Can you imagine how much fun those two are going to have?
How much trouble they're going to get into?
That's so funny. I still can't believe how amazing some of that art was. I don't know if I glued 3 pages or not. We're just going to assume I did and move on. Preciseness is not required. You guys ever watch in the 70s that movie, the series? It was a TV series short called Centennial. I guess it's not short, but you went through like hundreds of years of history watching the show.
Not I.
So it takes you to the West, and it's like the early American journey. And the Hubs is currently watching that. We've seen it before, so I typically don't watch the same show again. But he's watching it again, and he just loves that show. I can hear the music of it and the talking of it on the stairs.
So here's what I did with one of my short flap fee pages. I just put this image in there.
Totally makes sense to me.
And then I glued this on the back for stability because it was just a little. I agree, Tina. The pin I threw away, though, it really was, who knows how long. Oh. I just dumped my trash can yesterday, and it's 3/4 full.
No, I had to get a box because I knew I'd be taking a lot of papers out today. And don't worry, the papers aren't going trash, but I actually thought I was going to have a lot more trash than I do. Did I already do the rip or not? Y'all, I can't even tell. Oh, yeah, I guess I did. I can't imagine how much glue this would take if you actually covered every inch of every page with the glue. That would be a lot of glue. So if you guys are wondering why I don't do every inch, I'm just getting better
I covered
now.
a lot of mine. I went through probably the equivalent of 2 glue sticks on this back, or 3 glue sticks on this back half.
Oh, and a half.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to end up with 3 glue sticks on this book, but this is a giant book, so it kind of doesn't, it's not my normal. See how it's bunched right there? It's making me crazy.
You know, when you glue stuff on yours, you're using that white glue, so
Oh, yeah.
you see it so well.
That's why I like doing the purple on screen. I have one that's not flat that I just glued down. It bunched during the spine, which is going to make the spine stick out, and that is not making me happy. You can see how I want it to look consistent right there. And this segment right here. Oh, there we go. Now it's happy. Now it's consistent. And then you have all your play space. And again, why, if anybody's watching this far or just fast forwarded it, it's because it keeps your spine all nice and stable and sturdy. You don't have all kinds of funky damage in there. It will alligator mouth if you craft up to this point, though. Right, so you kind of want to craft beyond your spine point. And some of us, we don't care about the alligator mouth. Sometimes I do, though. Okay, I'll be honest, often I do.
Yeah.
All right. And I flattened that one so good I can't even tell if I put the 8 pages in there. I probably should have done that with everyone. Wow, that was good stuff. Oh my gosh, yes, I am this tedious, you guys. The one thing I haven't bought myself that one day I'm going to buy myself is a book press. The only reason I haven't yet is because it's nothing a good stack of books can't squeeze out. But I've always wanted to get those ones where you can also do the medieval style binding, you know, where you have the strings hanging and it has the posts up high. Have you seen those?
No, I have a type of a book press. It's some heavy boards with
Wing nuts.
wing nuts and screws on all four corners.
Yeah, I've pondered that one.
We made it.
Woman? Yeah, we don't have the tools to make things like that. I've pondered doing that with cutting boards. You know, just going to like a machine shop or something and asking them to drill holes. They'd probably laugh at me. Wood shop.
Well, the thing is that at Home Depot they might do that.
Drill the holes?
Well, they cut the boards.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if they drill the holes. I mean, I've never asked, so I shouldn't say one's one way or the other.
Yeah.
This book is filled with men's names of one syllable. I wonder if that person did it on purpose.
Which one you going to identify with, Arlene?
Wing nuts and screws. I think I'm going to save this page. How much space? Oh, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'll put them together. Yeah.
I am so glad I decided to bomb you today.
Needed the playtime?
Yeah.
I agree.
This is totally brainless for me.
Well, I have to say that I was going to play no matter what because I have to get this thing worked out. I talk to myself when I'm crafting anyway. So why not just make it a productive craft session? You know. And it's been fun to just hang out with you, actually. All of you. I'm probably going to rewatch this and say, okay, yeah, I'm cutting some of it. But I can't cut it out. There's too many tidbits. You know, that's what I watch videos for, or used to watch videos for. Not always just the stuff they show, but the nuggets you hear. You know? What was that one I said the whole video was worth watching for? You showed me something?
Digging my glue out, maybe?
No.
Oh, no, that I saved my glue stick lid because I'm too lazy to get down and pick up the...
Oh, yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that's saving it because I've lost glue stick lids. They just disappear on me. I'm sure I'm going to move my desk one day and go, oh, there's 3.
Well, when I decide to sweep it, I usually find some, but honestly, this is my room and nobody else needs to be in here, so I don't always sweep. Oh, wait, I don't always sweep anywhere in this house. But, you know.
I have to confess, we have one of those robotic thingies, those robotic vacuum thingies. And wherever it's at, I'm not at, but it does a good job.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen at my house. This little girl we have thinks that she can potty. And I don't need it dragging it all over the house.
Oh, Lordy. Yeah, that would be messy.
Oh, and I think if we had it done at night, the dogs would go nuts.
Oh, my gosh. My dog thinks it's funny. Looks at it, stares at it. It's an odd thing that wanders around the house. Still hates the cat more than she hates this thing. But I'm paper clipping this because I don't want to forget what I'm doing. Oh my gosh, obviously I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, there we go. Lost my train of thought again. So when we were going through the quotes earlier, there was a quote that said, "You attract what you are, not what you want. So if you want great, then be great." I think that is a fabulous quote.
Mm-hmm.
All right. These two. Oh my gosh.
I am so loving this.
I'm going zoomy on you. People are sick of seeing me just counting glue. That is gorgeous. I should have just been full screen on you, woman.
I am taking different pieces and cutting them out to kind of change the whole concept. It's still a tulip, but it's now way different than anything
Yeah.
it was, and I like it a lot.
I like it a lot. That is gorgeous.
And I'm just using the scraps that's laying here on the table that's kind of absorbed into my entire. I had the whole mat when I started, and now I have the size of this book, and that's about it.
Oh my gosh, that sounds fabulous. Did you read Arlene's thing? She drove her wheelchair over to her fella's house, played with the dog, rolled into town, bought her a toy. All out and about today. Sounds like a great day.
Yes. It does sound like a great day, and you probably needed it, Arlene.
Mm-hmm. I find doing the middle of these books a bit of a hassle. If anybody's counting my rips and I didn't do 8, it'll be fine. Oh my word. So after doing this book today, I'm thinking that I may not do the books with the Happy Packers. Not like this anyway, not this project. Although it doesn't require anything sharp except scissors. I don't know. Just so everyone knows, a lot of the Happy Packers have more physical challenges than the hardest bags. so limitations of things they can use. So that's why I have to think about it. So maybe, I don't know. I got to think about it. Okay, how about this? What if I took, no, I don't have enough of my pre-made gutted books either. I was going to say I could take my gutted books and just make them all Midori's and tell them to fold papers and put it in it, but I don't know if I have enough books for all the Happy Packers. Ooh, that's a big stack. The thing is, I noodle.
It's funny, I never heard anybody use that word like that before until until I met you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, it's already May, and I better come up with something because I didn't have anything else planned. I mean, they're not a part of the auction for the hardest, so I could probably still do the ribbon thing this month instead. I might do that and figure out the book thing next month. Does anybody have another altered book project you think simple that doesn't require an Xacto knife? Or a sharp object? No awls, no Xacto knives.
What about
I don't have 69 magazines, though. That's my problem. What's about a what?
A folding when you take the book and you fold it?
That's a great idea. Okay.
So I kind of learned something different here today on this. I love the image. I love the paper that the person used when they made it. But now I'm able to basically use their outline and bits of it because I took other paper and cut it in to fit. And I really like that. So for someone who wants to make a collaged image, take something that you like the shape of and then just reclog it.
Yeah.
I think that's a cool idea. I mean, maybe other people have done that. That just was kind of new to me.
One of the things that I like to do, and you'll think this is cheesy, but I like to do it, is I like to take magazine pages and then, or at least back in the day, I haven't done this in a long time, but I mean, you already know that you people paint, or maybe people don't, I don't know, but I paint over the magazine pages and use the parts of the image that I like, and that's what I paint. Right? So imagine if instead of using your paper to collage it, I just painted over it and it gives me the proportions because I struggle with proportions. And so like if it's an ad or something, I only save the lady dancing in the wind, And I don't mean paint away, I mean paint over her and then make the rest of it whatever I want. So you did that with paper. But it looks magnificent. Oh,
I really like it a lot.
I do too. So the latest Uppercase magazine is so freaking cool. It is collage fodder waiting to happen. Have you seen it?
No, I didn't order it.
Okay, I have to show you something. I'm gonna do this real quick. It's all about surface patterns. And it is begging to be like, this is her book ad of all her edges, because her edges look like this on her books. And I'm telling you what, and see the textures right there at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Look at these arms. Look at this texture. Forget the hands. Look at the texture on each one of the arms.
I love the hands too. I love the concept.
Oh yeah, and this lady right here. This is going to be a drawing I want to do. I want to practice drawing a lady like this with her hair. I love the way they did her hair.
Cool.
But anyway, but look at all the patterns that they have in this dang thing. It's like non-stop pattern. Look at that. That page right there is glorious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Look at each one of them. And it just wants to be, I even like the way she photographed herself. But, and then it talks about the physiology of pattern, you know, the monks when they do the painting with the sand. That's fabulous. But yeah, the whole thing, there's like, let me see, here we go. I saved a section. Look at these pages and pages of little squares to cut out.
Mm-hmm. When I was in DC at the Smithsonian, they have a whole wall that looks just like that, all these gorgeous patterns, and they are magnified tree trunks and stems and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, it's gorgeous.
Well, I have to tell you that one of my favorite things to do when I'm out photographing things, because I'll go photograph just for the sake of doing it. And one of my favorite things to do is photograph things crazy up close. Well, now with the hubs, I think I told you he gifted me a camera,
Mm-hmm.
you know, one of those happy presents. And I can't help it. We have this pink weed that I let bloom. You know, we will uncut the grass when this weed decides to bloom. It's the cutest thing you've ever seen. It's like a little pink firework. I'm sure someone's going to tell me, don't do that, it's toxic, or, you know, something like that. But it's just the most beautiful weed you've ever seen. And so I took the close-up images of those, and it's just, I don't know, everything close-up. Bark on a tree is a fabulous close-up image. Sunflowers right in the middle, as close as you can get, are gorgeous. You know, the road, I love the look of bricks. Textures of anything crazy close up just makes me happy. I could probably do oh my gosh, I'm clearly using more glue in the back of the book than I did in the front of the book. I just ran out of my third glue stick.
Well, we were on vacation. We actually drove down alleys of some of the older towns we were in, taking pictures of the backs of their buildings.
Oh, really? I love that. I absolutely love the look of buildings, old structures. Okay, what if I've already got all this done? Look at this. I have the big chunk in the middle. What if I left the chunk and decide what to do with it later? I'm out of glue.
Well, then that's what you should do.
That's what I should do. The lid doesn't want to go on. It doesn't like me. Don't we have rules about this? Aren't you supposed to listen? Look at that, the lid. Oh, there it goes. All right. I still don't like that. Oh, that's why I kept it. Irreplaceable friend. I'm not sure I want to start there. When I first turn the page, I like looking this way instead, keeping it clean. But I will. I'll start there. So you can see that I took some out. Oh, I'm still on me. We need to be on both of us. I took some out, enough to squeeze it out, and I'm probably going to add enough to where it'll open about this far. That's how my ending would be. And I might leave that book block all as one.
Oh, that's a good idea. Tina says cut a secret compartment in the middle.
Oh my gosh, that's a fabulous idea. Then I still have to glue it though. Or duct tape to the rescue.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I could do? I don't know if anybody's ever seen this. The train's arriving.
Yeah, it was my husband's message. Let me know when it's safe.
Oh, that's sweet.
We have a code word, so he knows when it's okay to come in. He made it up. I mean, it's his word. Are you dying to know what it is?
I'm waiting for you to share.
Broccoli. I just text him broccoli, and he knows it's okay.
Okay. I have to know you know about this. How you can make your own, where you can pull out pages, right? Yeah, what do you call that? Notepad. By using Elmer's glue.
Uh-huh.
Right? But what if, instead of allowing this block to ever move, and I don't have to use all the glue, what if I just did the Post-it note strategy by gluing the whole top of it, the whole side of it, and the whole bottom of it? Seems like it would work to me.
It might. Or you could just glue the top of it and use your Xacto knife and cut down the side close to the spine and use it as a little notebook.
Oh, yeah. It's not a bad idea. But I wouldn't want to cut the side next to the spine until, well, see, I don't know. I don't know that I'd pull it out like a notebook. All right, I might leave that one for later to figure that out. I might. But I do like the whole book block. The other option is to literally just pull out every page and leave it as a chopped center. Then it'll look like a book with a reverse mohawk. So we're going to have a reverse mohawk book right here. Nope, I'm going to do it. And you ask, why would I want to chop the page like that? I'm going to tell you. Hold your britches. And I'll tell you. I don't want to lose my little block. Because then, although it'll make my book kind of chubby, all right, here's what I'm going to do, Jean Peter. I'm going to full on, and hopefully it does, I don't think it'll weaken the spine too much because there's enough in here. I'm going to full on save a page, rip out 5 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got to try to rip it as close as I can to the spine, which in the middle is always the hardest to do. And then use that in the middle to create different layers, right? So I'll rip the first layer here for a whole stack of them. And then I'll rip the second layer maybe here, the third layer here, and the fourth layer here.
And then you can put your paper clips in there too.
I could, but I'm thinking more like use them from my glue pages. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you attach something in the middle, the way you did on your shorter pages when you do the foldovers. You know what I mean? Or when you rip them out. It'll make sense later. It'll make sense when I'm done. So now I don't need chapter 50.
Well, Kim, I'm going to have to go.
That's fine.
It's lunchtime here.
Well, go eat your lunchtime. I'm sure my hubs is like, you need to eat today. I'm surprised he hasn't yelled at me yet. Oh, grab your knickers. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. No, that's right. I liked the secret compartment thing. I lose the secret compartment if I don't do that.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with us.
I enjoyed hanging out with you. Thank you for joining me.
See y'all later. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, so if we did the secret compartment, for those of you who wonder what that is that are new to crafting, what you do is you take your book, and you'll have to have, do I have one nearby? You'll have to have a cutting mat. Let's just pretend this is a cutting mat, right? It's not, but let's just pretend it is. And you have your cutting mat underneath, and you hold all your book pages up, and then you cut your holes. So you could put like a little hole here and have a secret spot, a little hole here, have a secret spot. And then you glue each of your pages together in such a way that they don't peel apart on you. Oh, that's why gluing the edges wouldn't work, because on the inside they'd be flippy. Yeah. But yeah, that would work. I can't cut a straight line with an Xacto knife to save my fanny, though. So I don't know. I'm leaving the book block all out of... Oh my gosh, I'm not all out of glue sticks. I got glue sticks. I forgot I bought some. I wasn't just using the oohoo. Glue sticks. Y'all, I'm not done. I don't need to come up with a middle block. I was trying to solve a problem I didn't need to solve. I want to make this consistent. See you later, Arlene. Enjoy your nap. All right. So now I'm just going to go back to this and keep it going. Oh, I lost my 50. I remember 50 though. Where was it? That's 54, 53, 52, 59. I skipped it. All right, we're going to keep 50. I lost my other pages, so we won't worry about it. We'll just go in the pattern. I'm not as exciting without the high quality jean art. Okay. Trying to flatten it, because doing the middle is always the hardest for me. I do feel like I should do it in a different pattern for those of you who want to try a different process. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. Okay, I know I wanted to keep this page. Oh, I didn't get that edge there. And now when I want to keep this page, no, I didn't. Okay, so I'm going to try to pull out this page carefully. For those of you who want to do it without the ruler. It also reduces the bulk, so that's what I'm going to do for a lot of these. So I'll glue 3 and then rip out a bunch, and then glue 3 and then rip out a bunch. Glue 3, rip out 8. If any of you want to come on live with me and just play, you're welcome to do that. You could have saved 30, huh? Oh, I didn't buy the purple ones. Dag nabbit. I meant to buy the purple. Well, now I'm going to have to go order some more. I'll donate these. 1, 2, 3. It is faster to do the ruler one, though, I think. But this will be fine. But I still want to rip it one page at a time. Put my garbage can on my right because I'm right-handed. I feel like we should do like a trivia thing or something. That would be fun. Let me see what these little things are. Change cards. It says, today I am grateful for the healing presence of my friends. Aw, isn't that sweet? All right, we ripped out 1. Oh, now how am I going to remember this? 2, 3, 4. Ooh, I want that page, so we're only going to rip out 4. And if you find that you have a little nudge in there that you don't like in there, then you can put washi, but that washi adds bulk at the spine. Sue has the best quotes when she does the magazine. I mean the monthly newsletter. Oh my gosh, today's the monthly newsletter, Susie. I totally forgot. Today, I've so been under the weather. I'm sorry. Let's get together after this, I think. All right, we're gonna save that one. So we only ripped out 4. We'll rip out. Let's just rip out 4 between each one. I'm not sure I can count higher than 4 right now. Do you need anything left from me? You know, link, something I have to upload, something I need to do? This might be 5 in a row because I don't know what number I was at. Okay, we'll keep that one. Happy May Day. 2, 3, 4. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just use a paper clip. No, I'll just keep using a Post-it note and move that as I need to. That way I don't have to count. Have any of you ever had a kidney stone before? It's not like you can do anything about it. Probably sit and craft through the pain. It's not like every second is brutal and survive. Some of you might wonder why I didn't do the book this way to begin with, and it really is because I like the thicker pages, but I think I'm okay with the thinner unglued pages here and there. Oh, forgot to tell you what you can do. So like here, I don't care about this page. So when you rip these pages out, you won't see the rips if you glue these 2 pages together. Now the rips are hidden. Yeah, so let's change our pattern. All right, pattern number 3. Yes, there's rips here, so I could probably glue those too. Oops, I didn't let it smooth out enough. Hold your britches. I don't even know what time of day it is. Oh, it's 2:30. All right. All right, that one's good. And don't just lick it. I have the glue a little light right there. Make sure I have it strong there too. Oh, it's ready to go after. Okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. You always have it perfect. All right, so here's the new pattern. We're going to start one new glue book pattern. Could probably, well, doesn't say how long I've been on. I don't know where I'm at in this mix. Oh, there it is, 3.5 hours in. Okay, new pattern at 3.5 hours. So if you start with a brand new book, imagine nothing else has been done. You can take one page that you like, flip the page. You know you're going to paint on this page. So then now you come in and you want to rip out, not kidding, 4 pages. But do it one at a time. 1, 2. And why 4 instead of 8? Because you're ripping it to the spine. 3. 4. And then, even if you left like a little tag of something on the inside there, you won't see it. Glue it. You've gotten rid of 4 pages of bulk. You can paint on this side or craft on this side, not too much. 2 layers worth, because it'll be 2 layers worth on this side. So when you do the 2 layers worth on one side and 2 layers on the other, 2 plus 2 equals the 4 pages you took out. Now, if you have a super thin book, it'll take more pages. Super thick book, you know, you get the picture. So now I'm going to see how it looks when I take out 8 pages. Oops, I can't glue it first. And that's if you're okay with just 2 pages glued together, which for me, in the middle of the book, I'll be fine with that, because I like to have variation anyway. So this is glued. Let me do this one, and I'm going to rip out 8 pages, see how that looks. 3, 4, 5. Oh, I don't, because I liked that page. So we're going to rip out to here, because I know this is going to be the front of my next page. I'm trying to see what it's like ripping out multiple pages at once in this book. Some books are courteous about it, others not so much. This one was nice. No stuff there. And I'm going to glue this to the previous page. You guys hear me sound like a whale sometimes. Oh, I do have to double check on the ads that we have of people who want to subscribe. So I need to check that subscriber list before we send that out. That's right. So this one's good. Now I have a long ways before my next page, so we're just going to go in the thing. I'm going to rip out 8 pages this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I'm starting to feel a cluster there. Cleaning up that little paper. 7, 8. Go ahead and choose if you want to glue 2 pages or 3 pages together. Now, sometimes when I get into a book, I do like when I put a little hidden pocket somewhere. So let's do that on the next one, and I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to glue, how's that feel? I'm going to glue 4 pages together first. The middle of the book's a nice spot for it because it's where your pages kind of lie the flattest without bulking up if you do decide to end up with an alligator mouth book. And now my 4 pages are there. We're going to do the same thing on the other side and give you 4 pages on the other side. Let's do that. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm actually going to lay them all towards the same direction because my pocket's going to be that way. I don't have to worry about them opening both ways. I'm going to have a pair of scissors here. So one of the nice things to do for myself is to remember where I have a little pocket and put just a little notch on one of the sides. I'll take my little scissors, the little notch. You can make it curved. You can make it rectangular. It's your notch. Just make it however you want to make it. Like that. Now all I'm going to do is glue this side and this side only, and you have yourself a little hidden pocket. What I almost always do later is come back and put something on it. Okay, look at that. My glue is not making me happy. What did I do? I didn't even feel like I glued it. You guys see me putting the glue down. That is weird. Okay, now you've got a little hidden pocket right there. 8 pages. If you want the glue to be sturdy, you can take your paper clips, hold it down for a bit. And for those of you who want all the creative stuff in the middle where you're folding in the pockets, there's all kinds of videos out there for like that. Today I'm really just talking about making one for the basics. Not so much a junk journal, but a glue book where the whole structure of it is all about the book itself. Oh, Darla, it's all good. I'm only on because if I'm going to craft through the pain of this dang thing, oh, I should have inked the edges so y'all could see it later. I might as well make it purposeful. Here. That's where the little tuck is. I'm not doing anything all that exciting today. Just gluing a couple of pages and then ripping a bunch of pages out to make sure that it's prepped so people know how to use a book to make a glue book. Okay, there's 2 pages glued. Now I'm going to rip out 4 to 8 pages, depends on how bulky you make your stuff. Now, if you're somebody like Gail, who has fabulously bulky items, which I know Gail, this isn't meant to be in a book, but if somebody makes bulky items like this, you're going to be taking out a lot more pages to make your stuff. But if you layer things, just 1 or 2 things, and you've got like 1 piece of chipboard, not chipboard, 1 piece of cardstock, that you plan to put in there. Maybe you're planning to do just a single layer of collage and 1 photo, then ripping out 4 pages is perfectly fine. I'll hear my dog ruffle puffing. You're welcome to come on in the background if you want to come on in the background. Totally cool. Let me see. Don't have to, though. Don't have to. I don't even know what number I'm on. I can't count to 8 today. So 4 might happen, 8 might happen. It happens, whatever happens. Okay, 1. What does that say? Do I want that? Oh, see, this is the one that says you're my friend, nothing more, nothing less. That's such a weird page. It stood out to me twice, though, so it's going to have to stay. So we're going to have to get back to ripping later. So now this page is going to be glued to this page. See, be flexible. There's no rules when you like the page. Some of you who need rules. Glue 2, rip out 8, glue 2. Or glue 2, and the other way to rip is the way I was doing the rest of the book with this, where I rip out 1 and I rip it like that. But once I do that, I have a hard time ripping the whole thing out, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, clearly this You're My Friend one came out twice. Two, 3, 4. If you're working in a book that is stitched together, ripping it out like this is not going to be your friend. Your book will fall apart. You can only do it if it's glued together. Just absolutely glued together. I don't know how I feel. I could just do chapter 43. Which one do I like better? Oh, I do like the word indeed. So, yep, you're getting... I look at words on a page when I go to collage later. And so when I do that... telling you. This is the work part before the fun part. And the only reason it's so many pages because this darn book is 800 and something pages long. And good news is we're in the middle. Are we in the dead center? I don't even know. I can't even see how many pages it is. Well, that's 852. That'd be 426. So, yep, we're past middle. It's still laying pretty good for being open right here. And if you're going to only rip out the pages in a certain section, doing it in the middle is nice. I'm going to glue a third page to this because I want that one to be a little thicker. And we're going to make this one a little thicker. I'm having glue struggles today. Hey there, Ami. I did a little shout out earlier. Your ears must have been burning. This is my reminder to do a thank you to Angie DeStefano, Rebecca, and Ami, because y'all rock. Oh, I already forgot what I did. Oh, look at this. Oh, okay. I thought I partially glued something, but no, it just stuck together for a second. I probably smidgen some. Oh, there it is. I can feel it. There's a little bit of glue I need to rub off there. Well, nice of you to stop by. That was awesome timing. You take care. Have fun with the hubsies. You can see the glue right there. It'll be fine. All right, I don't know if I ripped out pages or not, but I'm gonna know. Ooh, what's this say? If my samples prove me right, I'm taking my report to my boss. He'll be nothing good there. Man, what is he reading? He's handing over skulls to people in this book. All right, that feels like 8. I don't know. I lost count. Ooh, you're looking at it's a good start on a page. Let's glue this one to a few pages. And this one. Okay. I just feel that, oh, look at how much of that bulk we've already taken out of there. That feels good. Look, now we have the chance of creating collage without crazy alligator mouth. And you guys are going to see how different the middle of it looks by ripping it to the source. All right. I don't know where we are. Should have put a post-it note there, huh? Well, we're obviously right here. 4. Makes me want to golf. And I haven't been golfing in so long, I can't even tell you. So that would be Amazon. The Hubs is probably happy. No, he's going to say, well, I only got the boxes for you. I know you guys that have been on this whole time heard me say that before, but it makes me laugh every single time I think about it. We're like the reverse. That man loves to shop. Me, he's like, do you want me to buy you a bathing suit? I'm like, no, I don't need you to buy me. It's just, well, because he just bought himself a couple of bathing suit shorts. We both put on the COVID-20. Makes me laugh. Ain't no COVID-19. I want this page to be a little thicker, so I'm going to glue one more to it. For those of you with thin books, you may want to really glue a few together because it's hard to craft on a thin page unless you like that feeling. For me personally, I have a hard time with it. Now it's good. Let's rip out 8 pages. Oh, I was feeling the wrong one. Let's feel this one. Yeah, now it's good. Tina's jewelry was so sweet and so awesome of her mom. Let's see, it was from her mom's collection, and Tina graciously donated her mom's jewels. And I think that was amazing. She has some gorgeous stuff in there. I don't even know what number I'm on. We're just going to rip out some more. Yeah. Get out one more. Dagnabbit. I don't like how that one came out. Let us pretend you do not see me do this, but I am trying to get a little, there it goes. It's a little nudge of paper right there that was clustered. Yeah, we don't need that. All right, the next section, I'm going to do it in a different style. Some people may like to have their books done in the next style. Let's do one more to keep that page nice and good. Okay, you guys can love your Uhu, and I think it's adorable that you love your Uhu, but I do feel at home now with my Elmers again. I think we just get used to what we get used to. When I was talking about burnishing with the top of it, I will just put the lid back on and go like this to get my edges so I don't get any creases. Okay, everything's good there. And just again, make sure we don't get, oh my gosh, look how fast that does go faster, I'll say. All right, let's do my little tiered one I was thinking about doing before. This would be a good spot for it because I think it's skinny enough for my style of collage. See that right there? I feel good about that because the book would have been this big. And once I collage past these lines, it'll come back out to full size. And it should fit about the way I glue things down. Okay, so with that said, let's take off all my little stickies, which I'll protect later. And I'm going to do something really quick. Find out where I'm at. Still have a lot to play on in this book too. It ends right here, so we need this. Meaning I've already glued everything from here down. Right now I'm on the worst kind of diet. I'm not eating enough, so what happens is my body will store it because it thinks I'm starving. And I know I'm not. All right, I want to get to there safely. I have this many. All right, so we will take it to chapter 50, and I want to bring it just to this line. Not to there, but maybe to here. I'll find my line, I'll stick with it, and I'm going to keep my ruler in the same place, which is the hardest part. my gosh, that's exactly 8 pages away, and I like the 8 thing. So now why do I want this? That's because I'm going to come back in and put things on it like this. It'll be one of those pages where I add something on both sides. And so, yes, it'll add a little bit of bulk right there, but it'll be fine. And for those of you who don't want to glue every single page, you can actually do things like tape if you want to, but that's not me. I'm going to glue this baby page to page, and you're just going to have to suffer and watch me do it. I'm sorry. I don't think they have recipes on the app like what I eat. Like, how do you keep track of it on those apps? I'd be curious. Although I've been doing that every plate thing for a while, it takes the brain work out of what you're going to cook. This is where your extra book pages, if you're worried about accidentally gluing chapter 50, you don't have to worry about it. Did I forget those 2 pages? All right, that one's good. You know, if somebody sold pre-made books like this, I probably would buy one because it takes so long to get to this part and you don't get to play for such a long period of time. All right, so now we're on chapter 50. And why did I bend that? And how did that happen? All right, this one's going to need some extra prep because it just wants to pull off where the glue is right there. Hold up, I didn't say you could unglue yourself. And if it decides to just keep coming apart, we're going to say we don't care. All right, because I'm not going to chase it. I'm actually afraid of changing my diet too. Look, all the book stuff on my fingers from pressing it. Too much, because when I changed my diet for my Hubs's condition, I'm going to save this. Check that out. A long time ago. And we reduced salt. We changed it from the potassium. For some reason, when I cut the potassium out of my diet, I put on like 5 pounds in a couple of weeks, and then it just kept adding, and I didn't figure out what it was until we solved his potassium problem. But my body was almost like insanely starving all the time. And there's a lot of veggies that I used to eat all the time that when I stopped eating them, my body just got mad and was like, excuse me, I like my veggies. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to do 8 there again. This time it's going to be bigger. And let's say you have scissors. So instead of ripping it, you want to cut it. Well, hold it upright. I wish I had a different camera angle for you here. But I'll rest it on my boob. All right, hold it upright. And then cut it. 8 pages may be a lot for you. Maybe it's too little. But whatever you do, don't try to cut a straight line. Now you have a pretty little shaped edge. We'll glue these babies together. Oh my gosh, now I'm going to have to put a page underneath it. Because you know I'm going to go over the edge on these. Because they're curved. I can't glue a curved line. I can glue a straight line, just don't give me a curved line. I'm not taking any bulk out at all, am I? What was I thinking? That's okay. We're going to have to go like a good 16 pages and rip them out right here because I didn't take any bulk out at all. Man. Telling you what, if you've ever had this kind of feeling, make you squeak a little, breathe a little. Oh my word, I'm gonna have to pause you guys in a minute. Oh my word. Well, that's what it's like. That's what it's like. That's why I'm sitting in here. Get this thing moving. That's the goal. Okay, why do you not glue right there? You're tacky. You're not stuck. You're tacky. Maybe that we're just going to say this book doesn't want to be glued. That's what we're going to say. The book doesn't want to be glued. Look at that. Isn't that funny? What's the deal with that? I have no idea. We're re-gluing you just because I'm going to force you to listen to me. Hold your britches. Need the paper. I have control issues with my paper. I do. You are going to glue yourself down whether you like it or not. Oh my gosh. That was crazy. Bring me that roller. This thing is going to get some extra little pressure. Uh-oh. Look at that. It's still coming apart right there. What is the deal with that? It does make me want to put something in the middle now. Get my darn stapler. You don't, and it is the curved one, so it's not like I can just washi tape this baby. You don't like me. And I know I'm giving you enough glue. Oh, I can't even see it anymore. No, that's not going to help. Paper clips again. Not what I was, well, see, I actually think this one's way more maintenance. Maybe I'm not going to do any more of these little mini ones and go back to the way it is because it's annoying me now. No more mini ones. We'll just have this little river. He'll be fine. Maybe it's because it's 8 pages that don't want to be glued. They're tacky, but they don't want to stick to each other. Isn't that weird? I know, right? Just for a little bit, Tina. Were you here when I said a super thanks to your sweetness? You are a doll. All right, you're going to stay now. Okay. Sandwich this thing again. You can feel that it wants to alligator right here. You feel that? This thing needs a book press. What's making it want to do that? It didn't do that before. I bet you it's like when you get your hair cut and it gets cut too short. It wasn't alligatoring that feeling before until I started ripping out the middle bits. I bet you that's what makes it do that. But a book press would solve that problem in no time right there. Keep this thing closed with this on it. Nope, not helping. Keep it closed on this end. Use leverage. Yeah, that might help. Because it's tiny over here. So yeah, there's a good lesson in that. I like experimenting. So now we have a good answer. When you leave a little bit, like when we did with our rulers, it doesn't tend to alligator. But as soon as I started doing this, now it's starting to alligator. That's very interesting. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with the paper clips. Yeah, that's so odd. You feel it in the back part too. Just being funny. All right, so that means we're here. We're here to chapter 52. And since we're here to 52, and I clearly like this style better, I'm going to do it back to my favorite way. My favorite way is what? Well, I'm going to glue 3 pages together. Then I'm going to take a ruler to 8 pages. And then I'm going to glue 3 pages together. Oh, look at that. It leaves too many pages. 4, 5. I have 5 pages too many. So with that said, and then since we're kind of in this part of the book where we have ripped pages out, I'm going to go ahead and rip some out. So let's glue these 3 first, which I messed with my glue stick a bit. So we're going to glue these 3. Oh my gosh, it says 555 on that page. That's like the fakest phone number on all television shows. Yeah, I'm definitely going to put this baby under a stack of books. Just so I can get rid of that alligator mouth feeling. All right. Now we have 3 pages together. I only had to glue twice, but you know, it's like 2 nights and 3 days. So it's 2 glues and 3 pages. All right. All right. Look at this. I actually have my bone folder today. Hardly used the thing because I really hardly use the thing except for when I'm seriously folding pages all day and my finger would be shredded. Okay. So then we're going to rip out the 5 pages right here, I think. 5 pages on 55. We're feeling all the 5s right now. So let's get our 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wonder if it's the little bits like this that don't come out that make it bulk out. I don't know. So 5 are out. Now I'm going to rip 8. But only after I glue these 3 because you know that I'm going to forget and I'm going to rip too many. So I'm just going to glue these 3. I so thought I had made so much more stone progress yesterday. Oops, I didn't do the middle. I was like, I feel like I'm delivering a dang baby. And then somehow it doesn't seem any different than the day before now. Which, like I said, is why I'm crafting. For those of you who've had stones before and you're saying, well, how can you be doing this thing when you're doing the thing with the stones? For me, the creating and the chatterboxing during the creating, actually, a little bit right now, it helps me not think about it as much, even though I keep talking about it. it's a bit consuming. But it does make the migraine worse, which is freaking annoying. I deal with ridiculous pain every day. It's not that I have a high pain tolerance. It's that after a while, what are you going to do about it? You know? Think I'm at the glue page? That's good news. Now I'm going to glue these two glue pages together and we actually are done with the prep. And that one is done. Oh, wow. It really does, when you rip it out, it does give it, well, lesson learned. Now we know for sure. It does give it that pop-out feeling because now it feels just a smidgen more pop-out. All right, so let's take all the paper clips off. Watch, that's why it's popping out. And then I'm going to laugh at myself. But I don't think so. Bring it here for a little paper thing. I didn't make any special pockets. That would be someone else's class or another class another time. This is just straight up glue book. Okay. If I had a vise, I'd vise it like this for a while. Now, for those of you with lots of washi, here's a time to play. You can take it from wherever you choose to take it from. It doesn't have to be the heart of it. But you have your pages, and I want to glue the tops of my pages with my washi. You can do it with all kinds of things. You can do it with paper. So for instance, let's say you don't have any washi and you have paper, and all of you have paper because you just ripped a book apart. But you take your pages that are glued and you fold it over. Oops. And you fold it over right here. So fold your paper in half, wherever you want to fold it in half. Like this is a scrap paper for me. You put it over your page set. Like this. And now when each one of these pages turns, you're going to have a pretty top. So yes, it's going to immediately add bulk. And if you put it too far back, it's going to add so much bulk that it's going to open your book. So don't put it too far back. Put it to where your line is that you've been ripping with your ruler. So who cares if it goes white and then color? That's this mistake I think I made with this washi. So if I can safely figure out how to remove the washi, I'll replace it with paper and do the same thing. Although it's pretty close to the middle, so it may not have a problem. So that's going to be the next strategy. So what I'm going to do that is find my little spot, cut my little strip, And I want all my pieces of paper to be this size. We just created a little sample. Okay, and I don't care if it's a little wider, a little narrower. I just want it to be about 1 inch wide. This is just a little bit wider at the top, so it's not a, it's just a scrap. Okay, so this is a good way to use up your paper scraps that are, how long is this? Oh wow, 4 3/4 inches by 1 inch on my particular book. Your book might be different, but 1 inch is good. If you want to keep the continuous look of the book without all the color, you can use your book scraps. But I want to clean up what that top looks like. Why? Because when I get ready to do my collaging, I don't mind starting on something that's not a blank page. Okay, and I like the idea of all the different colors on the top and bottom. This is optional. So at this point, I would say for the purposes of you being here, you're done with seeing that part of prepping it for collage. Okay, so now since I'm just here crafting because I want to be crafting, I'm going to set my heavy book underneath a bunch of heavy things and hopefully flatten this spine a bit. And drink some more water. I'm actually normally not a bottled water person either. All right, opening my junk drawer. I already have a scrapbook paper. I could just use this one, but I don't want to. So I'm going to put it back. Let me see my box of scraps. These are pretty collagey. Maybe the style in my collage book will be to start the collage with bits. Like this. You know, like where it says when the sun disappears, that could be at the top. Although it's a base layer, it should have base colors. These are all things with words. You guys want to see something cute? Isn't it adorable? It's a little wallet that I put a bunch of scraps in eons ago for little things. This is my crazy book, I guess. Yeah, these are all words. What's in this one? Yeah, this is my bin of words. I thought I grabbed the scrap one. So when I told Jean I had two, this is one of two. Yeah, someone asked me very, very recently, and it reminded me that I've had other people ask me on at other times. How do you know how many pages to rip out? And that was the whole purpose for even making this project today. Do you guys want to see a note I wrote to myself eons ago? Oh my gosh, eons ago I wrote this. I've never sued anyone, so this, for me to even write this is ridiculous, but you could file an ADA complaint against insurance companies for discriminating against the disabled. Because if we are equal and you're not allowed to discriminate, then how can they charge people differently for being disabled? Because by default, that would be discrimination. The weird things I think of. What is this? I don't know what I was making. Oh, these look like the beginnings of journal layers. Okay, so yeah, that's what these are. I never got back to this. This must have been years ago. Ooh, that's a great thing to use. I think that's my plan. Okay, this is the inside of a business envelope. And I just paid all my bills yesterday. So you know what I have sitting near me? Oh, yes. I know exactly what I'm going to do. Well, that just made my decision easy on the book. Oh yeah, this is what it looks like when I pay bills. Do it like once a month. Okay, so I have a whole bunch of these vote ones this month. 2, 3, 4. I'll just pull out all these ones, and you guys can use all your things, but I had a bunch of good patterns in here. No, there's more because I felt like I opened them forever yesterday. You can also use, yeah, that'll be enough. Yes, every month I could make like 13 junk journals out of the bills. Gosh, look at how many vote ones are in here. Yeah, I've actually made junk journals originally started out as making not all the fancy stuff that people see today. Junk journals started with literally making a journal out of junk. And gosh, now I want to do that because I have so much here. It's making me want to do that. So now I don't want to work on the collage anymore. Let's do that. Literally whatever is around you. Now for what I think would be kind of nice, because I love these, right? But I'm not a big fan of what it looks like on the outside. And a lot of people would be like, well, you just paint it. Yeah, that's nice. You can just paint it yourself. But a letter opener would be better than doing this today. So I could just cut them. Yeah. They're all the same size, too. Oh my gosh, how wickedly cool would it be to make? I've never had this many the same size. Our new process has too many of them coming our way. But yeah, this is going to be a different kind of junk journal, I think. And if any of you know this, when I don't feel good, my default craft is, let me move all my book pages because, as you know, I now have like boatloads of book pages from doing this journal just now, which means I have boatloads of paper absolutely ready for a die cut machine. Or painting on, or crafts, or scraps. Not notes, because none of them, this book didn't have a lot of white space. This one needs to go over here in the other set. What do I do with that? It's behind me. That's a lot of bulk to take out of a book, isn't it? That's what we did today. Plus the other ones we ripped out. But yeah, it's not a small amount out of that book today. Okay, I don't need this many. So let's take a couple of these. I don't know. I'm liking all those boat ones being the same size. I kept the little tag thing. I'm only going to pull out the things that are different. Birds and Balloons mailed to me twice. And I'm going to look for the ones that have, instead of me just ripping out the top, which I saved those just in case this month. I'll find the ones where I still have the top of the envelope. Like when you get a bill and they say mail it back. Or I really liked this thank you, but this is asking to be collaged or painted inside. That can be coupon. That one's also one to fold. No, that one was just opened like the other ones. I think I just like sorting when I don't feel well. I have no real purpose for sorting like this. This would be fun to paint. You guys hear my dog? She just barked at you guys. I'm just kidding. She probably barked because she heard the cat meow. Aren't you glad you don't get this many things in the mail every month? Look, 2 even from the same company. What's up with this? This is good too. This is good fodder because it has a staple on the inside. And pull this aside and use that. So a lot of people who say, I can't paint because I don't have the supplies. If you have paint, everything that sits still can be part of your journal. And you paint in that journal. So if you can't afford to go buy all the canvas and you can't afford, look how thick this is going to be. Look at that. That is going to be good. That's a good stack. Now, some people may take a while to collect these things. That's fine. And then these will be our inserts. We don't even have to worry about our inserts. We just are going to have 5, plus whatever scraps we have later. Okay. This is another way to do, instead of doing an altered book, glue book, I'm going to create a different version. You guys are going to get annoyed with me. I'm going to create a different version. Now I want to look at my envelopes, and I want to try to match up my envelopes a little bit. So like this guy right here, I want to find another one that's pointy. This one's less pointy. Okay, I'm going to set you aside. These ones are not going out of screen. I'm just going to put them up here. Yeah, those 2 are the same size because it's the same company. Oh, this one's got a little extra bonus to it, so we might use you differently. Ooh, you're flat and rectangular. You're big. Okay, we're going to use the book differently. Wait until you see what this idea is. This is going to be fun. I probably should have made this its own video. Yeah, you're rectangular too. You can go there. So now we have rectangular, short point, long point. All right. Rectangular. Rectangular. You just flip in the book somewhere. Short point. Rectangle. Oh, you're wondering. You're curious. Why am I sorting it by envelope type? Oh yeah, there's another one of those weird ones. How fun is that? Now I've got two weird ones, so you get to have your own stack. Oh, they're both AARP. Look at that. That's funny, y'all. That's funny. Okay, here we go. Short point, rectangle, short point, short point. Ooh, there's another one just like this. Perfect. Okay, you go there. I feel like everybody doubled up. Oh, that's a larger rectangle. Oh, oh no, there's another one of those ones. All right, I don't think I have another one of those ones, but it's cool that there's two like that. They're pretty good size. Think about you for a second. There's another book. That goes later. This goes later. This is rectangle. Oh, that's rectangle. This is short. Oh, look, I only have one little triangle. That's so funny because I thought I would have the most of those. Okay, now you're wondering what I'm going to do. See you later, Tina. I'm sorry I got so carried away here. Yeah, I get a ton. I get a ton. It's a ton of bills. It's a ton of mail. It's a ton of those vote things. It's a ton of everything. I get a ton. And this is not Defy. This is my personal mail because this came out of my personal mail from I got to open the mail once a month folder. Okay. Now you're ready. Now you want to see, okay, you know what? Since I have so few of these ones, and they're too perfect, they're all like the same size, I'm going to set them over here. We're going to do these ones first. Now I'm going to try to match up the ones. Okay, this one's smaller, that one's bigger. These are the ones that are like exactly the same size. And you want to know what I'm going to do, and I'll do it right now just to show you. And I'm going to do it with, where's my circle tape? I don't know if I have much circle tape left. No, I don't, do I? Hold your britches. I'm going to go around the corner and get my circle tape so it's faster for you. I don't need this to last, so I'm not going to worry about it. If you want it to last, then it matters, and then it's fine. Okay, what I'm going to do, so think I should just make this another broadcast, but it's fine. I'm going to chop the video later. I'm just putting the glue on the edge of both sides of the envelope, and that's it. Yep, that's it. Are you ready? Then I'm going to peel it. And I'm making an authentically random. I have to have a garbage can nearby when I use this tape because this tape makes me nuts. Okay, this is an authentically random junk journal. So now I'm going to take both flaps together just on the edge, and you have the start of your book. Okay, and you can put something in your pocket if you want to, or you can choose to tape your pocket if you want to, but this has a clear thing. It wants to be open. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tape this edge to this edge. Don't you wish we could reuse those when it says no postage necessary? Now the key is you always want your flaps to be in the same spot, unless you want your book to flippity flap every which direction, which if you choose to do that, then do it. But right now I'm going to put my flaps in almost the same spot. All right, so this one is a little bit smaller, huh? This one's bigger. All right, you want to put your glue on the spot, on the envelope that is smaller. Okay. Yep, that works. We'll use this one. So what matters in your book is that you always remember where your spine is. And my spine is right there on this side. So now I'm going to line it up. My glue is on the smaller envelope. And look, now I have this kind of flap. We can deal with that later. We're going to keep going with this flap. Okay, so you're saying, well, that doesn't do me any good. You've got this one on. You can choose to go around like this, but you're going to limit yourself. So what I want to keep doing is just using my envelopes and their flaps to party. So let me find another big envelope because the big envelope wants to connect right here. Oh, look at that. Wow. You are the same. Well, since it's exactly the same, I'm just going to put it here. You're not limited to doing it exactly the same way. Now you get the idea. So now it has two pockets in the middle, although I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not going to worry about it. There's glue right here, so if you guys are worried about it, you can put something there to cover up so your glue doesn't accidentally get wet and ruin your little book. But now you have a 1, 2. Look, I glued both sides there. What was I thinking? Well, now it's a pocket. So we're going to have to take this part right here, and this may be the end of my book, just because it's a good size anyway. And I made a pocket. So right here, if that's the case, a little pocket. Let me see if I can flip this in here. Put my tape down. Shh, pretend I didn't make a mistake. We all make mistakes. It's fine. You'll be fine. I'm putting my tape down in the middle. You try passing a kidney stone and remembering which sides to tape. See how you feel. I get an excuse. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so this is going to be just, I don't think I've seen someone make it this way before, but when you're doing a truly junky junk journal, you can make it however you want to make it. All right, I don't want to end on a flap like this, so we need this one. And even though our flaps don't match, it's no big deal because I'm going to probably put paper here on both sides. So you guys have seen the hidden spine. This becomes your magical hidden spine on the inside of every 2 pages. Or if you chose to make a pocket, that's different, right? So like that's our pocket right there. And then you have another page, then you have a hidden spine, and then you have another page, and we're going to keep going, okay? So right here, these ones are going to glue together, but because you can see, maybe you can't see, you can see that they're not the same size. This one's a little taller. I want to glue the smaller side. Okay, that's what we're going to do. And so on the smaller side, I'm going to take this one, and I know this is going to be the back of my book, so I'm going to glue it on 3 edges, all the way across the top, then short, then short. Okay, so on your envelope, here's my flap. So you can see I glued across the top, left side, right side, and then left this unglued right here. Yeah, I don't see the purpose of gluing it because if I choose to put something in the middle, there's room for it. So now I'm just going to line it up. Take off all this darn wasted paper. For those of you with wet glue, with the pointy little stick things, that works too. Whatever your glue type is. I know, I feel the same. I love when there's a mistake and I learned something that I didn't realize I could do. All right, this is good. So now this one's happy. Again, a little hidden spine that you can play with. And so when I say that you can play with, I mean like right here. Let's say you glue both sides of the paper down on this one, and now this is a page all its own. See? That's all from junk mail. All right. Put this in the pocket right there. You fit. Feels good. You need to go there. Oh my gosh, I didn't tape the bottom, did I? That's okay. You didn't tape the bottom and you're stressing. Oh my gosh. Oh my word. It's a junk journal. That's the beauty of a junk journal, because now you can take whatever tape you choose, which I don't feel like using this one. I keep bringing out the blue tape and then I tell myself, no, don't do the blue tape. Where's my washi? I'm going to use this washi. And put the washi on the bottom. And now suddenly nothing falls through. See, you had nothing to worry about. So what I should have done is put the washi on after I folded it, because I just limited all my space I just gave myself. But the beauty of washi, you can take it off. All right, here you go. Now it's folded, and I'm going to put my washi on right. Okay. It's folded. Hold your britches. You got to put it on, like, I'm giving it 1/4 of an inch. And I'm going to go over the spine, and I'm going to give that one 1/4 of an inch. Oh my gosh. Y'all, that just failed. It failed. Hold on. Let me get my washi. I'm breaking out the duct tape. Why? Because that's what I want to do. Let's get this one because I'm feeling feisty. All right. Now, it's a good thing my scissors are nearby. Where's that Xacto knife? That's not something I want to be losing. Okay, on your craft mat or something you know you can peel up like glass, put it down. All right. Cut it. And now you can lift it up. And no, I didn't have to trim it to the exact size. I'll show you why. So go down about 1/4 inch. Keep your book closed. Fold it over. Give it some space. Fold it over. If you're a paint artist, you literally could stop right here and just gesso these pages, and these pages are good for you on the go. You know, and you can add stuff right here too. Okay, so this one's fine. It's fixed. Does that mean I'm going to stop there? No, I wanted to create a big one. So I just have to remember I have to glue the top part each time. So we're going to glue the top part here. And this one, I'm going to attach it like this. find one that's the longest. Oh my gosh, they're all the same size. So yep, I'll just attach it like this. So since this one's smaller, I'll tape the corners. Yeah, extra feisty. I know, right? I'm a little worried now because there's now a transition and I'm not able to go pee right now, which is bad. Way too much information, I know, but for someone with a kidney thing they're thinking about, that's a problem. So I might have to be going soon. All right, let's make this straight first. Okay, and look at this. There's a little pocket right there. The tiniest one, but you got a little pocket. Okay, nothing to think about there except for, you know what? Let's do a flip. Let's do a flip. So we need one envelope. Oh, they're all the same size. Hold on, let me see. This one is the smallest. That's what we need, is the smallest one. And then this one will come next. Okay. So what do I mean by a flip? So if I take this guy right here, and I tape him down. Thinking. And take you down right there. Trying to find the right spot where I want to put it because I like these things too much. So I might just put them here. I'm on the other side. No, let's stick with one thing. If that's the case, then let's just glue your back sides together. Because that's what you wanted to do. You wanted to glue your back sides together. You're going to miss the pretty side of this envelope. It's okay, you'll survive. It's perfectly fine. And these two envelopes are going to go back to back. Make sure you put, this is your spine. Make sure you put your oh my gosh, hurry up and open already. Your flap on the side where the spine is. Oh, this envelope's smaller. Hold your britches. That one's dagnabbit. We need the widest one. That's this one. Because I didn't put the glue on the widest part. There we go. Put you back. Oh, these are good. And I have these ones. Get the next big one. These are good. Excuse me. Oh, man. I have to tell you, sneezes and migraines. Oh my word, I'm whiny today. I'm sorry for being whiny. All right. And this one I'm not going to leave open. I'm just going to close it. Why? Because I just felt like using more tape. Just enjoying feeling the tape rip off my fingers. Just kidding. It's because I felt like doing it. That's why. Stay tuned. Susie has an amazing newsletter that's going out today. Because we just added a lot of new people to the newsletter. I have to go. Oh my goodness, that one's a little off. It's off kilter. Is it gonna rip? Gonna rip? Nope. Hey, guess what? I don't care. Here's what it's gonna do now. It's gonna have its own bottom. Yeah, look at that. And you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, maybe it does. Well, here's what we're going to do now. We're going to cut this off because I'm not going to care. Where's this one? Yep. We're going to cut this off right here because we can fix it. Okay, this one right here, you're now going to have another job. You don't even have a pretty inside. Ooh, this is Hearst Magazines. They're on my list of people to contact. Okay. That's because they don't, it's not a bill thing. I'm picking the next tallest one right here to solve the problem. You're asking, how in the world are you solving the problem? I'm going to solve it by tucking in the nose right here. Then I'll glue this edge to it. Oh, I even ripped this. I must have gotten a little flustered. Then I'm just going to glue this flap down. What in the heck? What kind of tape is this? Oh, it's not the regular tape. I've never had any do that before. I am having glue troubles. There we go. Okay, that's just weird. It's ripping up. I've never seen that before. And the adhesive is staying down. See? Not even one time have I seen that. So strange. All right, we will battle on. It'll be fine. It's like my most said thing in the household. It'll be fine. Put like a little micro pocket up top because our sticky tape wanted to be funny on us. Oh, thank you. I'm just ripping all these off. That is the strangest thing I've ever seen a roll of tape do. Okay, now we have that little bit here fixed. We all know I'm going to end up coming back and taping the whole spine when I'm done there. Okay. Yep. So now there's 2 pockets right there. Did I take that off okay? There we go. 2 little pockets. So when I do this one, it won't mess with my 2 little pockets. See what I'm saying? So I'll pick the next biggest one again. out of the stack. And again, I chose the same size, so it just blends in better. So the next biggest one is this one. Which one is smaller? This one is smaller. So we'll go with that. And put this in. All the way down the spine. Here. And because I don't want it to confuse the other pocket, I'm going to make this go down the edge. So I just covered literally all the way around the entire edge, both sides and the bottom of my smaller one, the smaller flap. You come here for an altered book and you end up with a junk journal if anybody joins. Oh, that's so funny.
Are you still on?
Can you believe it? I'm doing an envelope junk journal.
Goodness.
Well, it's because I just yesterday. Are you ready to laugh at this? I did my bills yesterday. I think I told you that yesterday, right?
Uh-huh.
I do my bills once a month. All right. I'm just showing you. Okay, 2 books don't count. I do have 2 books in here. These 2 junk mail things, right? But then all of this are envelopes, right? It doesn't really count. So like some of these are the interior envelopes. So I moved aside the ones that are the exterior envelopes, or at least most of them, not all of them, obviously. Oh yeah, those are all exterior. So I moved out the exterior envelopes. And I threw away the ones, you know, when they accidentally rip too far anyway. So then, save these 2. These 2 are great. I also have this stack. These are all the ones that come in that say vote. These just need to be something because they all have the fabulous paper on the inside. They're not even all the same. Like, look at that one. Most of them are the same. Anyway, that stack of junk paper, that stack of envelopes says, and here's the rest of my envelopes, says you need to be, oh my gosh, this would totally work too if you wanted to make yourself your paperclip storage. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Just thought about that. Your little pocket at the end though.
You can make them all so they have little pockets. And it can hold your paper clips and maybe junk journal or journaling cards and stuff like that too.
Well, the pocket stays like right there.
Uh-huh.
So for the smooth holding paper clips, they could go into the envelope, you know. But I would definitely cover it first. And for those of you who need your stuff covered perfectly, let me, you know, we're always about one more thing to show you, right? So for those of you who need it to be perfect when you're making your envelopes, the easiest way to do it is to actually just, I'll take the word side, is to take your envelope, line it up, fold it over, and give me a pen. I have a Sharpie so you guys can see it better. Did I ever tell you those Sharpies? I don't think they ever came. Oh my gosh, you know I'm feeling bad when I can't draw a line. All right, here you go. Now, it doesn't matter if you can't draw the line. It doesn't matter if your Sharpie is sharp because you're going to cut just inside. Now you don't have a glue problem. It's going to be covered. I don't even know if I'm going to end up covering this envelope, but just wanted to show you really quick for those of you trying to figure out how to do the inside thing. That's it. Now, if you want it to go inside the envelope, oh, the only difference you do is instead of lining up edge to edge like this, you just lift your envelope as far as you want it to go. Like I eyeballed it right there, and I go a little further. And then you trace the whole shenanigan and trim inside your line. That's it. It's kind of easy. This one I glue stick down just because that's what I want to do. I ran out of all the Oohoo glue sticks.
You got way more energy than I do.
This is not energy. This is, I don't want to do anything.
Mm.
Crafting is when I don't want to do anything.
Well, I do have to say I cleaned the garage to have a path because I have to be able to bring my little red wagon out with books in it.
Oh, well, that's exciting.
Yep.
Oh, I kind of want to finish the book on Reminisce. How cute is that? I forgot. It's cute. So, yeah, that one's going to be last. I just keep going. So, did you bring your wagon in?
Not yet. I got to fill it with books first.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah. You know how many sets of encyclopedias I have?
You know, when I was showing you all my envelopes, I realized that I didn't line up my... I do love encyclopedias, though. So I have this idea for an encyclopedia craft. Do you want to hear it?
Well, I'm sure I do.
Oh, this is short pointy. Short pointy. Hold your britches. I got to do my short pointies out of the way. Short pointy. Flat, 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 flat. Okay, so here's the idea. I'm sure I have one right over here because I love encyclopedias. Oh my gosh, no. Dang it, I think I gave it away.
I can hook you up.
That's okay. Let's just let's pretend this is a book, right? With a spine and everything. Okay? So pretend this is a book with a spine, and these are your encyclopedia pages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you take your entire either encyclopedia or regular book, okay? And you carve out all these pictures that come from your encyclopedia. And I'm assuming your encyclopedia has pictures.
Uh-huh.
So you carve out your little pictures, and then you stack your pictures, and you take the biggest pictures you have and you put them in the back. And then you take your littlest pictures and you put them in the front of your stack. You know how when you stack papers?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then while you're gluing your pages down in the book, and you've already carved out an empty, like, secret pocket holder. Okay. So you've got your little secret. You've taken your Xacto knife and you've carved the center of your book out all the way down to almost the bottom, but you left a few pages on the bottom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then you roll your first one, and they're flimsy when they're cut out. Like you have that rectangle there.
Mm-hmm.
You roll that first one out, and then you glue it here, glue it here, glue it there. Then before you roll the second one out, you put your glue down, and then you put like a little little strip of paper and your pretty little art here, that you've stiffened by attaching it to something more firm than just the paper itself. Although some encyclopedias have thick paper, some have very, very thin. And so you have them coming in to your book in whatever scene you want it to make using your encyclopedia images. So you may have like bulls and buffaloes and mountains, right? And then if you wanted to, you could probably collage like a ground to the bottom, and you have a little buffalo coming in from this side on one of your layers. And then you fold over a whole bunch of the sheets, gluing them down one at a time. And then you have another. So then it gradually builds it up in height, like
A diorama.
like a paper diorama, but done with encyclopedia images.
It sounds like a whole lot more work than I have time for.
Oh. That is just a thought.
Sounds cool, though.
I think it'd be pretty. I like encyclopedia images for making tags. All right.
Well, I think that my encyclopedias have a lot of paper.
Yeah.
I have at least 3 sets, at least. Probably there's 4, but I'm not sure. And I found another box of magazines.
Oh my gosh, seriously?
Oh, yeah. And that don't count. I haven't even touched the file cabinet out there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we got to get rid of crud. That's all there is to it. I use crud in the nicest term.
Mm-hmm. Did you see that they called me feisty? I called myself feisty, and then Susie said extra feisty. Oh my gosh, I think I just made a mistake again. Dagnabbit, I put it on the bigger envelope.
It's just a happy accident.
Yeah. That's what you say when you don't want to make that mistake. All right, hold your britches. I'm going to have to...
A little sassy?
No, not me. All right, that one fits. I did put the wrong size on there, so I'm not happy about that. So, did you know that there's a national do not call registry?
Doesn't work, but yeah.
Yeah. I could have sworn I registered on it before, but I'm getting so inundated with phone calls that I went online to see if I'm still registered for it, and the answer is no, I wasn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it kind of freaked me out a little bit because I'm pretty sure I had done it before.
I maybe ought to check that out too.
Yeah.
But I have Verizon as my cell service,
Yeah.
and they have a free thing that does the spam, and it tells me if it's spam.
I get the same thing with T-Mobile, and it'll say something like spam call or scam call.
Yeah.
Scam likely, I think is what it says. Scam likely.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm happy your dogs are content. I'm sure the Hubs is saying to me, you really need to come down here and eat. I can feel his presence saying that to me.
Well, I feel better since I ate.
Did you eat?
Yep. I had a turkey sandwich.
I don't even know the last time I had turkey. Probably Thanksgiving.
You know, while we were playing earlier, I got Gary had went to the store.
Yeah.
And he come home and he has a great big huge spiral ham. And that's what we're having tomorrow and probably the rest of the week.
Well, that sounds good.
That's what I thought. I was really surprised. I said, "Why'd you buy ham?" And he says, "Because it was $5.95."
That's cute.
So I think they had a run on pork because he come home with all kinds of meat.
You know what I should have done is saved one of these for the other side. I don't know why I didn't think to do that. Yeah. I have all these other ones. Let me see if I have one a similar size. The ones that are opened. I'll get rid of everything this big. I stack everything in a stack too. Oh, wow. Got lucky. Oh, I like this color though. I wonder if that's the same size. It's a little bit bigger, but who cares? And you know what? Since it's an envelope anyway, let me see if the whole thing fits. Nope. But it's about to. Okay. This is going to be my cover. And we all know how I feel about graph paper, and if you don't, I like graph paper. Ooh, it's too small, but I don't care. So that means I need a regular piece of paper.
You know, I need to find some black lined graph paper. I need to find some graph paper with darker lines.
Oh, I love this graph paper. But I have a bunch of different kinds. All right. I feel bad coming in to make a Chuli junk journal and then going into my scrapbook paper stash. That doesn't feel right. So if that's the case, let me go grab. Let me grab this instead. The bilge reminds me of my boat. All right. Make sure I put something good on the back side here. And something on the left side of the paper. Would be nice. Oh my gosh, there's an angel right there. Nope, that's not an angel. What is that? Need the glasses. A bittern. A bird. Obviously, I needed glasses. I thought a bird was an angel.
It might be.
Yeah. No.
Well, they both have wings.
It doesn't count.
Boy, you are feisty.
I think I need to just stop for the day is what I think I need to do. All right, so let's just
Thinking
assume.
a nap sounds good.
Yeah. I'm going to finish the journal cover using just this. It's not going to be the right size, but I'm not going to care. It's pretty darn close. Yep. And when it's all done, it'll be happy. So I'm just going to glue this down. No, you need a good window. What needs to be on the other side of the window? All right, let's go back to these. I need a good window. I can't just half do it. Which image do I like the best out of this selection? It ain't the buffalo, because that takes me back to Centennial. It certainly ain't that snake-looking thing. Not a blast furnace. There's one sad-looking. I love hounds, though. That's a bloodhound. The sad-looking bloodhound. What is going on there? That's what's going in the window.
I thought about that, Susie, but sometimes graph paper doesn't, the lines don't copy.
Yeah. I made graph paper. Do you want me to send you the printable for it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. I just ruined this paper. Oh my gosh, why does this tape not rip? Am I really that freaking pansy? I can't rip tape? Thank you.
Maybe it's not the kind that rips.
Wow. It needs to listen better. It needs to rip. All right, here we go. Need him right there. That's where he's going. Well, I obviously didn't rip that one right. It'll be fine. Now the whole thing needs to be ripped.
Rip it good.
I know, I love that too. All right, that one's fine. Well, now I know it's going to rip just fine going this way. And this is going to be the messy one too. But I'll know where to collage later. And this crappy tape. No, I'm using a glue stick. Glue stick I trust. That tape is making me crazy. Has anybody ever suffered with a really crappy pull tape? I don't even know where that came from.
There are some yucky ones out there. There's some that tear and there's some that don't tear.
Yeah, it's like plasticky feeling on this one.
My favorite is the red line tape. It stays good, but it's expensive.
We had a piece of molding go on the RV one time, and pulled over and got some seriously burly tape. Oh, aren't you happy right there in the window? Look, how much is that dog in the window?
Oh my God. When you said window, I thought the same thing went in my head. That's pretty scary.
I do hope that doggy's for sale. All right, now let's see how big our spine is on this cute little book. You guys are saying that book is not cute, but I'm telling you, it's cute. All right, there we go. It'll be cute when this thing is done. It's all stiffied up and all kinds of pages, all kinds of paint, craziness happening all over it. Then all you got to do, so you got all your junk mail, is glue your last page down. Pretty good, folks. Pretty good. No messing around.
And when are you going to finish it?
I don't know. Did I just finish another glue stick? Well, I finished one. I finished something today. Oh, this can handle real glue. Because I'm not using that tape. That tape made me mad. The edge. See, you knew I was going to take you to the edge. You knew that was going to happen. So cranky taking you to the edge today. All right, let's center this little baby on here. And then just roll the paper. I know, right? A shaker pocket would have been cuter. Why wasn't I even thinking when I sealed that baby up? Is the glue still wet enough? Hold your britches. Maybe it is. Oh, yes. The glue's still wet enough. Hold your britches. I got shaker material right here. I don't think I want to put too much in it, so I'll put just a couple of these. Make it down there past the glue. I gave you orders. Make it down there past the glue. Oh, it's not listening. Where's my tweezers? I had them earlier. They ran away. Well, my favorite scissors are going to push it down now. What's worse is now the glue's on them. Maybe they're not going to shake. But wherever they go, they're going to be happy where they are.
Okay, so I just cleaned up everything in here from earlier while I've been here. And I have in front of me a stack of papers that I pulled out of the book.
Yeah.
And the top one, about 1/3 of the way down, is your mantra for the day.
What is it?
At the end of her rope, he said, she's a desperate woman.
You know, I can't make it a shaker pocket. You know why? Because I made the hole go too long in there.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Let me see if I can do something on this. I'm not afraid of getting a little glue on my finger. We're going to see how this goes. Oh, I have a better idea. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what I want to do. I'm going to cut the paper right where I want it cut. Don't try this at home. All right. Now that I have it cut where I want it cut, a little further, I'm going to fold it back. Be easier to fill the pocket now, that's for sure. Yeah, that's the bottom. Put a few fun things in here. Just a few. Find that one that escapade. Put you in there. Get this crappy tape. You know that's what I want to use now. Oh, and now it's working fine. Aren't you the funny tape?
What are you drinking?
It's just me. Water all day, only half a cup of... This is what you deal with half a cup of coffee. That explains so much, doesn't it? Now, what I didn't take into account is it's going to come over here and go down the page. Oh, my word.
You know, if you had a sewing machine, you could just stitch around it and it'd stay right where you wanted it.
I do, but that's so noisy. There's no way that's happening today. So I can tell you what I'm going to do, though.
Staple it.
Oh, my God, that's genius. No, but, oh, yeah, these are all pretty big. Oh, my stapler doesn't go that far, though.
Okay, so you open it up.
Yeah, I know, and then you push it down.
Yes.
Where's my stapler? Does this one even do that? It's one of these baby cakes ones. Oh, it does. Good news. All right, guys. Here we go. This is going to be... You know what's crazy is when this is done, whatever day I feel, I may even take this. Wouldn't this be fun if I took these two with me and just collaged on my next trip? And then you could see the before and after, what it looks like junk mail, and then what it looks like after.
I dare you.
Dare me. Dare me's don't work.
I double dog dare you.
Yeah, it still don't work. All right, stapler it is. Here we go. Where's the edge? Edge is right here. Oh, you know what? I don't want it on that side. I want it on this side. Oh, look at you guys. You fell. They want to go inside and party. Hold your britches. There it goes.
Susie, look what you started.
Oh, that ain't gonna happen. That stapler said, oh, heck no, I'm not going there.
Do you have an eraser handy?
An eraser?
Uh-huh.
I had that whole time with no Sharpie pin closed. Hold your britches. I have that pencil if it's findable on my desk. Here we go. You want me to put this anywhere near my fingers? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, no, I was thinking more of a flat eraser, and you could put it under there and staple into the eraser.
Oh, I have a cork board. I'll do that. That'll work. All right. George, it doesn't want to come out of the cork now. Hold your britches. All right, that one's up. That one's up too. All right. Watch your fingers. You want me to do this kind of delicate nature in my current grumpy. Oh my word. Don't fall, don't fall. Don't try this at home. You don't see a thing. That's why none of our things are tutorials. They're just inspiration. I'm not sure that I would be very inspiring right now. Hold on, here we go. See, now it needs washi to protect it from its own danger. Oh, that's the end of that washi roll. I love to finish a washi roll. All right, that washi's happy right there. And many of these will get lost in the top. Oh, I forgot to seal the top. Oh, that's like putting the blender on without putting the top on it. The britches. And I'm still singing How Much Is That Doggy in the Window in my head. That's a problem. It's going to be stuck there all day. I have another. Yeah, you want to be glue. I lost the lid to my glue. That's why I was chuckling earlier about your other idea.
Mm-hmm.
These lids, they're never findable for me once it's gone.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, this one's happy now. And if it's going to be wrinkly, it doesn't matter because eventually it's going to be covered in full collage. And I don't really do anything all that fancy. Oh, I got glue in there, so we can't let this baby go. Okay. All right. With gluey hands and inky fingers, I think I'm going to end this stream. But I'll flip through it real quick just because we can sing the How Much Is That Doggy in the Window, which means this book's probably going to open this way. I do like the idea of possibly making it a paperclip thing, so maybe I'll take some paper clips with me. There's a little pocket here for your fun storage, and then a little pocket there, and then this one's glued down. Truly junky junk journal.
It is really cute. It could be like your ephemera store. You could use the pockets to hold things, and then you can put your paper clips on them, and it will all be in one spot. Well,
stuff like this right here, they require, like, in my opinion, I want to put another page on either side of it. And I left this here, which may or may not make me crazy. I don't know. I left it open just in case I want to leave it open. And the same one with this one. This one right here is 2 pockets. And then you can go on the inside of every envelope. It would be good paperclip storage, though. This one right here, it has the big opening. And then I sealed the others. Oh, no, I didn't. It has a little one. I didn't seal the other side. But it'll seal itself if I don't do something with it or if I don't clear it because it has that glue right here. But the cuteness inside of this one, whatever paper I put inside, there's a little window on this side and a little window on that side. And these really are big little things there. Big little things, yeah. I got words. I got lots of words. Just none of them find their way to me. All right. I did finish the other book, though. The giant one.
Awesome.
Yeah. I have no idea what I just did with it, though. It's on my desk. What did I do with it? Oh, my word. I don't know. Oh, here it is. I put it next to my junk mail, which, by the way, that was only part of it. There's still more. Okay, so here we go. When you flip the pages, they're all like, they're glued. Only a couple of them have words to it. And this is the glue book. And so maybe my challenge to myself is to take this and the other thing with me and use only the touristy crap in May and June. Because that'll be my time when I have nothing to do. Especially June. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be disconnected from wireless. I mean, from internet.
I wish you luck.
I don't even know how to do, but I have no choice. Is it going to happen? And so, so yeah, there's wrinkles in this, but the wrinkles aren't necessarily from the glue. It's because I have the little bits here. And then it had to get flattened. And so my goal is to top each one of the pages with something pretty and different, and bottom each one of the pages where they sandwich stuff, because I didn't do crazy glue on the whole thing, and because there's multiple pages to it, and then collage them after that. And so it should look totally different by the time I'm done. And you should be able to just flip through it pretty easily. I don't know how many pages are left. There's the funky section coming up right here, where I did these two bits, like just the bit reminder of the middle, and then this part right here, which is squiggly. Take that off. And then the rest are pretty much the same. They're not glued together. They're still separate, but it's a good starting point. But it's prepped for party time. That's what it is.
There you go.
At the end. I think I'm only going to washi the seam on the front and back so it doesn't get stuffy in here. I do think I'm going to end up gluing these two pages together, though, because I like it flipping from here to here. It looks cleaner. But yeah, so when I say topping it with washi, I could probably do washi, but I'm more likely to do paper. It'll be like that. And that's the end of this book. This book is prepped. It's not finished. It'll look crazy when it's finished. And look how tiny it gets right there. So it's got room to alligator out. And it gets to be smashed under a bud for a few weeks before I take it out and party. So, or a stack of books. All right, with that, I suppose I'm going to say goodbye to you guys, and I can't believe how long I've been on. That's ridiculous. If that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what does. I probably got, oh, well, who cares what I got to do? I don't got to do nothing today. With that, love and hugs, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.